Hey, get comfortable. Pull the blanket up a little higher if the room feels cool. Let your shoulders settle into the mattress or the couch, or wherever you happen to be listening from tonight. Check the door if that helps you relax. Check the window once, not twice. Let the ordinary sounds of your room become ordinary again. The low hum of fan, the faint movement of air, maybe rain against glass, maybe traffic far away, maybe nothing at all. Good. Welcome to a new season of tapes. Before we begin tonight, I want to tell you something I have never explained properly. Not the whole thing. I am not ready for the whole thing yet, but enough that you understand why I keep these recordings and why I listen to everyone that reaches me, even when I already know it probably contains nothing more than a strange memory told by someone who could not quite forget it. I collect stories. That is the simple version. People send them in. Sometimes they write them down carefully, correcting dates and street names and details as though they are preparing testimony. Sometimes they record themselves late at night when whatever happened is still fresh in their minds. Sometimes a tape arrives with almost no explanation. A name, a town, a year. Occasionally, there is not even that. I catalog what I can. I label the recordings. I keep notes. I listen more than once when I need to. I have been doing it for a long time now. Longer than I probably should admit. Part of it is because I like the stories. I like the way people remember houses, roads, empty rooms, voices through walls, things that happened once and then never again. I like details that seem unimportant until years later, when they become the only details the person can still see clearly. A certain lamp, a certain smell, the exact sound of a stair under somebody's weight, the color of a porch at dusk, the shape of a window in a room nobody used. But there's another reason. I am listening for something, maybe someone. I have never said that on these tapes before. I have always kept myself outside the stories where I belong. The narrator should not become the subject. The archive should not be about the person keeping it. That was a rule I made for myself a long time ago. Lately, though, rules have felt less useful than they used to. There are patterns you notice when you listen to enough people describe the impossible. Words that repeat even when the people telling the stories have never met. Places that seem to echo one another. Small details that return years apart and hundreds of miles away. Most of those patterns are coincidences. I know that. Coincidence becomes inevitable when the collection grows large enough. Still, every now and then, a detail appears that makes me stop the tape and rewind. That is all I am going to say for tonight. I am not ready to tell you who I might be listening for. Maybe by the end of this season, I will be. Maybe I will decide that saying it out loud gives the idea too much weight. But it felt wrong to begin a new season without telling you at least that much. So tonight, 8 houses, 8 stories about places that remember a little too much. Old houses are good at holding ordinary things. Heat from summer afternoons. The smell of cooking in wooden cabinets. Pencil marks where children were measured against a doorway. Small scratches near locks. Faded rectangles where pictures once hung. The shape of furniture pressed into carpet. A polished section of banister touched by thousands of hands. People call those things character when they buy an old house. History, when they want the word to sound more important. Evidence, when they discover something they cannot explain. Maybe a house does not remember anything at all. Maybe people are the ones who remember, and we simply use rooms to give those memories somewhere to live. Either way, the effect can feel the same. The rain is coming down steadily tonight. Nothing dramatic, just a patient rainfall, the kind that softens the edges of everything outside. Let it do that here too. Let the room around you become less important as we go. If your eyes want to close, let them. You do not need to follow every detail. You do not need to stay awake until the end. I will keep talking low and slow. The rain will keep falling long after the last story ends. And the dark in your room is just the dark. Here's the first house. The first month after we moved in, our doorbell rang 3 times when nobody was there. That sentence sounds more dramatic than the experience felt at first. Doorbells misbehave. Wiring gets old. Buttons stick. Wireless systems pick up interference. New homeowners discover small problems every day, especially in houses that have been standing longer than they have been alive. We had already dealt with a dripping kitchen faucet, a bedroom window painted shut, and a section of baseboard that came loose the first time the vacuum touched it. A strange doorbell was not high on our list of concerns. The house itself was not particularly old by the standards of the neighborhood. It had been built in the late 1980s on a street where several homes were much older. Some dated to the 20s and 30s. Others had been replaced over the decades after fires, storms, or redevelopment. The result was a block that looked as though it had been assembled from different eras. Brick houses beside pale siding. Narrow porches beside attached garages. Mature trees that seemed older than everything around them. Across from us was the one gap in a row. It was an empty lot, not large enough to seem unusual. Grass, a few low shrubs, one old tree near the sidewalk, and a narrow concrete path that ended about 15 feet into the property. At first, I assumed the path led to a shed that had been removed. My wife thought it might have been part of an earlier driveway. We did not ask. Empty lots exist. The neighborhood was quiet. We were busy unpacking. The first ring came on a Tuesday evening. It was a little after 9. We had been in the house perhaps 6 days. Half our books were still in boxes, and the dining table was serving as a temporary home for tools, receipts, paint samples, and 2 lamps we had not decided where to put. I was in the kitchen rinsing mugs. My wife was upstairs folding clothes. The doorbell sounded once. It was an ordinary 2-tone electronic chime. Nothing antique or ominous. Just ding-dong, loud enough to carry through the first floor. I wiped my hands and went to the front door. We had installed a video doorbell the day after moving in because the old button was cracked. The new unit showed a live view of the porch and part of the walkway. Nobody was there. I opened the door anyway. The porch light illuminated the wet-looking wood of the steps, though it had not rained. The street was empty. A parked sedan 2 houses down reflected the amber light from a street lamp. No footsteps. No kids running away. No delivery box. Nothing. I checked the app. There was a motion event beginning a few seconds before the ring, but the footage showed only the porch. My wife came downstairs and asked who it was. Nobody, I said. She shrugged. New doorbell. Maybe I had wired it badly. That was probably true. The next morning, I opened the housing, tightened the connections, restarted the unit, and tested it half a dozen times. It worked normally. I forgot about the event. The second ring came 9 days later. This time we were both in the living room. It was later, close to 10:30, and the house was quiet enough that the chime startled us simply because we were not expecting anyone. My wife looked at me. I opened the app before getting up. Empty porch. The camera had again created a motion event. I watched the live feed for several seconds. Nothing moved except a moth passing close to the lens. "Do not open it," my wife said. She did not sound frightened, more annoyed than anything. We had both grown up with the rule that late-night knocks did not deserve immediate trust. I turned on the exterior floodlight and looked through the side window. The sidewalk was empty in both directions. Then I noticed something across the street. For a moment, I thought there was a porch light on in the empty lot. That did not make sense because there was no porch. The light was weak and warm, low to the ground compared with the street lamp. It seemed to hover near the place where the concrete path ended. By the time I focused on it, it went dark. I asked my wife if she had seen it. Seen what? I pointed to the lot. There was nothing there. The next morning I crossed the street and looked around. The grass was slightly overgrown at the edges, but otherwise maintained. The concrete path was older than I had realized, cracked down the center and partly hidden by weeds. It led from the sidewalk toward the middle of the lot and ended in a rough rectangle of bare earth where something substantial had once stood. Near that rectangle, half covered by grass, I found the remains of an electrical conduit coming up from the ground. It had been capped years ago. No live fixture, no post, no lamp. I mentioned the light to my wife, and she said maybe one of the street lamps had reflected off a window or a car. That explanation was good enough for me. Human vision is not reliable at night, especially when you're looking through glass at something you're not expecting to see. The third ring happened near the end of our first month. It was raining that night. Not hard, a steady spring rain, enough to make the street shine and to blur the camera image with occasional droplets. We had gone to bed early. I was still awake, reading on my phone, when the doorbell sounded downstairs. The chime was loud in the sleeping house. My wife woke immediately. "What time is it?" 11:47. Neither of us moved for a few seconds. Then I opened the camera app. The recording showed the porch, the front steps, a slice of our lawn, and farther out, beyond the edge of the porch rail, part of the street and the empty lot opposite. Nobody approached our door. There was no shape on the walkway, no person under an umbrella, no vehicle pulling away, no animal close enough to trigger the button. But when the chime sounded in the recording, something changed across the street. A warm light appeared where the old path ended. It came on quickly, as if somebody had flipped a switch inside a house that was no longer there. The camera exposure adjusted to it. That was important to me later because it meant the light was not only something I imagined while watching live. The image itself reacted. The darker parts of the frame deepened. The warm patch across the street remained visible for just under 4 seconds. Then it went out. I watched the clip again. My wife sat up beside me. "What is that?" "I do not know." We watched it a third time. The light did not float. It did not move. It occupied a fixed position several feet above the ground, approximately where a porch light might have been mounted on the front wall of a house. The rain fell through it. After that, curiosity replaced sleep. We went downstairs, but did not open the front door. I turned on every exterior light we had and looked through the window toward the empty lot. Darkness. The capped conduit I had found during the day was not visible from our house, but I knew roughly where it was. The glow in the footage had appeared several yards behind it. I searched the address of the vacant property. At first I found only tax records. The parcel was owned by the city. No current structure. Then an archived real estate map gave me an older street number. Searching that number brought up a scanned newspaper clipping from decades earlier. There had been a house there. It had burned down in the early 1970s. The article was brief. A nighttime fire. Significant damage. The structure considered a total loss. The family survived. No deaths were mentioned. Afterward, the ruins had apparently been cleared, and for reasons I never discovered, the lot was never rebuilt. That should have made the whole thing less unsettling. Nobody had died there. No tragedy beyond the loss of a home. No reason to turn it into a ghost story. Still, the image of that light remained. The next day, while we were bringing trash bins back from the curb, I saw our neighbor from 2 doors down. His name was Martin. He was in his late 60s and had lived on the street since the early 90s. He knew which trees belonged to whom, which basements flooded after heavy storms, and which city department to call when trash pickup was missed. He was the sort of neighbor who carried local knowledge without making a performance of it. I asked him about the empty lot. He looked across the street before answering. "Old Harrow Place," he said. I had never heard the name. He told me the Harrow family had lived there for generations. The original house had been older than most of the block, built when the road was still partly unpaved. Several members of the family had grown up there and then raised children there. The fire ended that history in a single night. The family relocated. The lot changed hands eventually and passed through a few owners before the city acquired it. I asked whether he remembered a porch light. Martin smiled in a way that made me feel I had asked the wrong question first. Doorbell giving you trouble? I stared at him. Why would you ask that? He leaned one hand on the lid of his trash bin. Because it did for the people before you. According to Martin, the previous owners had once replaced the entire doorbell system after repeated late-night rings. Before them, another family had complained about the same thing. He could not say how often it happened. He had never experienced it personally. He had only heard the stories over the years. Always nobody there? Always nobody on the porch, he said. I showed him the video. He watched without speaking. When a light appeared across the street, he did not look surprised. That part too? I asked. He nodded slowly. Some people saw it. Some did not. I asked if the Harrows had any connection to our property. He said our house had not existed when their house burned. The land on our side had been one larger parcel then, later divided for newer construction. There had been no front door where ours stood now, no doorbell to ring. That detail stayed with me. If you wanted to invent a haunting, you would probably create a cleaner story. The burned house would have stood where ours stands. Somebody would have died in the fire. The bell would be original to the property. There would be a reason, or at least a dramatic shape that resembles a reason. We had none of that. We had a modern doorbell on a newer house, ringing while a light appeared in the footprint of a much older house across the street. Martin told us one more thing before he went inside. The Harrows were known for greeting everybody. That was how he phrased it. Not that they were strange. Not that something terrible had happened. They were social. Their porch was apparently where neighbors stopped. People came by in the evenings. The family knew everyone on the block. If somebody new moved onto the street, one of the Harrows would be among the first to knock. That gave my wife an interpretation she liked immediately. Maybe it was just a hello, she said. From who? She looked toward the empty lot. Whoever still thinks they are the welcoming committee. We laughed, and somehow that changed the feeling of the whole thing. I still wanted a practical explanation. I spent the next weekend testing the wiring. I replaced the transformer. I moved the wireless router in case interference was producing false events. I checked logs from the doorbell app. I even contacted support and sent them a clip. They could explain several ways a system might register phantom presses or false motion triggers. They could not explain the light across the street, because of course the light was not their problem. For a while I set up an additional security camera in an upstairs window facing the lot. It recorded every night for almost 2 months. Cats crossed the grass. Rain darkened the old concrete. A fox appeared once just before dawn. People walked dogs. Delivery vehicles used the curb to turn around. No light appeared. The doorbell did not ring by itself again either. We stopped thinking about it. That summer we repaired the porch, repainted the front room, and learned which windows to open for the best cross breeze. We met more neighbors. We watched the empty lot change with the season. Clover spread through the grass. Leaves thickened on the old tree. In late afternoon, its shadow reached almost to our front steps. Sometimes when I stood outside at night, I tried to imagine the house that had once been there. I found one photograph in a historical archive, grainy black and white. The image was taken from an angle, showing 3 houses on the street. The Harrow house had a deep front porch, a narrow roof line, and a light fixture beside the door. The fixture was approximately where the glow appeared in our video. Approximately is doing work in that sentence. The photograph was old. The angle was imperfect. Memory likes alignment. I know all of that. Still, I saved the image. A year passed. Then another. The strange bell remained a story we told only occasionally. Usually when friends asked about the neighborhood, we would show them a clip. Most suggested reflections, electrical faults, camera artifacts, kids with wireless transmitters, or coincidences involving a distant light source. All of those explanations were possible in pieces. None explained the whole sequence cleanly. Eventually, we stopped needing one. That surprised me most. When you first move into a house, you want everything categorized. This switch controls that outlet. This sound is the furnace. That pipe knocks when the shower runs. The floor creaks here because of settling. The window leaks only when wind comes from the east. You're building a map of causes and effects, so the place becomes predictable enough to feel like home. But a home is never completely predictable. It develops a few mysteries whether you want them or not. Ours has the empty lot across the street. Once or twice a year, usually on wet evenings, I look over and think I see warmth in the darkness where the old porch used to be. It never lasts long enough for certainty. It may be a reflection from our own windows. It may be headlights moving behind the trees. It may be nothing more than expectation shaping what I see. The doorbell itself has remained quiet. No unexplained rings in more than a year. No midnight visitors. No light captured clearly again. If it was a malfunction, perhaps I finally fixed it. If it was someone playing a joke, perhaps they got bored. And if it was something else, then maybe my wife was right. Maybe somebody who once knew every family on the street noticed a new house had new people in it. Maybe they came over the only way they knew how. Not to frighten us. Not to warn us. Just to say hello. The rain is still falling. Stay where you are. Let that empty lot fade back into darkness. There is another house waiting for us. The second house was built in 1946, though almost every document connected to it gave a slightly different date. The tax records said 1945. The real estate listing said 1947. A handwritten note tucked into an old folder in the county office listed the first occupancy permit as spring of 1946. None of those differences mattered to us when we bought it. We were not historians. We were two people with a limited renovation budget, an ambitious list of projects, and the confidence that comes from watching too many home improvement videos before owning an old house ourselves. We liked the place immediately. It was a two-story house with narrow rooms, oak floors, small windows, and the kind of staircase that turned sharply halfway up. The kitchen had been remodeled badly sometime in the 1990s, but nearly everything else still looked close to its original shape. There were built-in shelves beside the fireplace, brass doorknobs on the upstairs rooms, and shallow closets that reminded us how little clothing people apparently owned when the house was built. We planned to change almost none of it at first. Then we lived there for 6 months. Living in a house teaches you which romantic ideas survive daily use. The charming galley kitchen became a place where two people could not open separate drawers at the same time. The tiny downstairs bathroom turned every morning into a negotiation. The wall between the kitchen and dining room blocked almost all the afternoon light. By winter, we had a list of renovations taped to the refrigerator. The most complicated idea was opening part of that kitchen wall. We hired a contractor named Luis who specialized in older houses. The first thing he asked for was the original floor plan. We did not have one. The folder we received at closing contained surveys, tax documents, inspection reports, a few permits from later renovations, and a surprising amount of paperwork about a fence dispute from 1988. No blueprints. Luis said the county might have archive plans. A week later, we found them. They were stored as scans from oversized paper sheets, faint in places but readable. The plans showed the foundation, first floor, second floor, roof framing, and a few construction details. We printed in large copies and spread them across the dining table. That was when my husband noticed the problem. He was tracing the upstairs hallway with one finger. Where's the little room? I knew which room he meant. At the end of the second floor hall, between our bedroom and the rear guest room, there was a narrow door. We had always called the space behind it the linen closet, although it was larger than a normal closet. We kept spare blankets there, a vacuum cleaner, wrapping paper, and several boxes we had still not unpacked. On the blueprint, the wall was continuous. No door, no closet, no room. We assumed we were reading it wrong. Old plans can be difficult if you are not used to them. Lines overlap. Notes are abbreviated. Dimensions are written in a style that takes a moment to decode. We found the staircase, bathroom, bedrooms, windows, and closets. Everything matched surprisingly well, except that space. I went upstairs with a tape measure. The little room measured about 6 feet deep and just under 4 feet wide. Not enough for a bedroom, but much too deep to be an ordinary built-in closet. Its ceiling height matched the hallway. It had one electrical outlet and a small flush-mounted light controlled by a switch inside the door. I measured the hall outside it, then the adjacent bedrooms. Then I went outside and stood in the backyard, trying to understand how the geometry fit into the exterior shape of the house. It fit perfectly. There was no bump out, no obvious addition, no altered roofline. The room occupied part of the original rectangular footprint. Back downstairs, we compared measurements to the blueprint. According to the plan, the space should have belonged partly to our bedroom and partly to the guest room. But both bedrooms matched the printed dimensions closely. That created an impossible little arithmetic problem. The house seemed to contain several extra square feet that the plan did not account for. Not a hidden wing, not a secret chamber, just a narrow room that should not have fit where it was. Luis arrived the next morning and listened while we explained. He looked at the plans, went upstairs, measured everything himself, and laughed. "Welcome to old houses," he said. That answer relieved us. He had seen stranger things. Builders changed plans during construction. County records were incomplete. Measurements on historic drawings were sometimes approximate. A homeowner could have divided space decades later without permits. None of that was unusual. Then he opened the linen room wall in 2 small places to inspect framing before the larger renovation. The wood inside looked original. Not only old, original. The studs were the same dimensions and type as those in known original walls. The nails matched. The plaster layers matched. Electrical wiring appeared to have been updated later, but the framing itself seemed to date to the initial construction. Luis moved to the other side and checked another section. Same result. If somebody added the room later, they did it very early and with materials identical to the rest of the house. Could the blueprint be a preliminary version? I asked. Possibly. Could there be a revised drawing somewhere? Also possible. Was there anything dangerous about it? No. That last answer mattered most. We had not bought the house to solve an architectural mystery. We wanted to remove a kitchen wall without collapsing the second floor. Luis marked load paths, brought in an engineer, and the renovation moved forward. But the little room became a recurring conversation. Whenever somebody visited, my husband eventually showed them the blueprint. "Find what is wrong," he would say. Most people took a while. Some never noticed until he pointed it out. The room was so ordinary in person that it resisted being mysterious. There were no scratches on the walls, no old newspaper behind plaster, no strange objects, no sealed window, no hidden staircase. It smelled faintly of dust and cedar because we stored blankets there with cedar blocks. The floorboards ran in the same direction as the hallway. The baseboards matched. The door itself was old, probably original. The only strange thing about the room was paperwork insisting it should not exist. I became interested enough to search for earlier records. The county archive had a property card with a tiny exterior photograph taken in the 1950s. The house looked almost exactly as it did when we bought it, minus later siding and landscaping. I found permits for a furnace replacement, roof work, a bathroom update, and electrical service changes. No permit mentioned adding an upstairs room. The first owner had been a machinist named Edwin Bell who lived there with his wife, Ruth, and 2 daughters. They sold the house in 1963. The next family stayed nearly 30 years. After that, ownership changed more frequently. Nothing in the records suggested why anyone would hide a 6 by 4 foot room from a building plan. I contacted the daughter of the second owners after finding her through a neighborhood history group. She was in her 70s and remembered the house well. Did the upstairs hall have a narrow closet at the end? I asked. Of course, she said. It had always been there as far as she knew. She remembered keeping board games in it as a child. Her mother stored winter coats there. During hide and seek, children sometimes squeezed behind hanging clothes and waited silently while the seeker walked past. Was it ever remodeled? Not while they owned the house. That pushed the room's existence back at least to the early 1960s. I asked if she knew the Bell family who built the house. Only vaguely. Her parents had met them during the purchase. Then she said something that made the mystery feel briefly larger than it was. Her father used to call that room the bonus space. Not because it was useful, because according to him, the house had measured bigger inside than the listed square footage when they bought it. I asked what he meant. She laughed and said she had no idea. It was one of those family phrases nobody questioned. The bonus space. For several weeks, I could not stop thinking about that. I measured the exterior footprint more carefully. I did not trust myself, so I asked Louise to help. We compared exterior dimensions with interior measurements, accounting for wall thickness as best we could. The result was not supernatural. Old construction rarely gives perfect numbers. Plaster thickness varies. Exterior cladding changes. Tape measures are not surveying instruments. Still, the room was difficult to reconcile exactly with the plan. Luis remained amused by my obsession. He said the simplest explanation was that the architect or draftsman had made a change during construction and never updated the final record. Maybe a bedroom was made slightly smaller. Maybe a chase or dead space was converted into storage. Maybe the file plan was not truly the final plan at all. That was almost certainly correct. But then the permitting office complicated things. Our kitchen renovation required updated floor plans because structural work was involved. The designer who prepared them measured the entire first floor and relevant sections upstairs. I asked her to include the little room accurately. She did. The plan set went to the county. 2 weeks later, it came back with comments. One note requested that the second floor storage room be removed from the drawing because it did not match the recorded structure. I called the reviewer. The room physically exists, I explained. He sounded tired, as though this was not the strangest call of his day. Then it needs documentation showing when it was added. We do not know when it was added. It appears original. Do you have a permit? No. Then it is an undocumented alteration. But the walls appear original. He paused. That is between you and the inspector. The inspector came out a few days later. He stood inside the room, looked at the old framing through the small inspection opening, checked the hallway, studied the blueprint, and frowned. He did not accuse us of doing anything wrong. The renovation was clearly unrelated. He simply seemed irritated that the house refused to fit neatly into the categories available on his forms. Eventually, he told the office to accept the room as existing construction. The revised plan was approved. I thought that would solve the issue. It did not. Months later, after the kitchen work was finished, I requested an updated property record. The official sketch still showed the upstairs wall as solid. No room. I emailed the county. They said property assessment records and building permit records were maintained separately and would not necessarily update one another. So our renovation plan acknowledged the room. The original blueprint denied it. The tax sketch ignored it. And every day we walked past its door. By then we had stopped using it as a closet. During construction, we had emptied the space, and once everything was finished, I realized I liked it bare. The small room was quiet in a way the rest of the house was not. It had no window, but with the door open, it received soft light from the hall. I painted the walls a warm off-white, put down a narrow rug, and added a low bookshelf. My husband found a small chair at an estate sale that fit perfectly against the back wall. The room became a reading nook. That made practical sense. It was too small for much else. I would sit there in the evenings with the door partly open, a book in my lap, listening to the sounds of the house. Pipes settling, the furnace, footsteps from downstairs, wind moving branches against the roof. There was something satisfying about using a room the paperwork insisted was not there. Friends began calling it the impossible library. We did not encourage that name, but it stuck. One winter evening, while I was reading there, I noticed a shallow mark on the inside of the door frame. It looked like pencil. I assumed it was a scuff from moving boxes, but when I wiped the dust away, I saw a short horizontal line with a date beside it. June 1952. Above it were two more marks, faint enough that paint had nearly covered them. They were height marks. Someone had measured a child in that doorway. The highest line had initials beside it. MB. That detail affected me more than the missing blueprint ever had. A secret room belongs to stories. A child's height mark belongs to ordinary life. Someone had stood there barefoot or in socks, probably told to keep their heels against the trim. An adult had placed a book or a ruler on their head and made a pencil line. They had written a date because they expected to measure again later. The room had not been built for anything sinister. It had simply been part of somebody's home. I searched the Bell family again. One daughter was named Margaret, MB. I cannot prove the mark belonged to her, but the date fit. She would have been 9 years old. That discovery changed how I thought about the entire mystery. The question was no longer why a room had been hidden. Maybe nobody had hidden it. Maybe it had been omitted through an error so old that the error became official reality. Everyone who lived in the house knew the room existed. Children hid there. Coats hung there. Blankets were stacked on shelves. Someone measured a daughter against the door frame. Meanwhile, in a filing cabinet somewhere, a drawing told a different story. Paper outlived memory. Eventually, the drawing became the authority. That idea unsettled me more than a ghost would have. How much of the past survives only because somebody wrote it down correctly? How much disappears because a line was left off a plan? We think official records preserve reality, but records are made by people. People forget. People revise. People file the wrong version. They mislabel photographs. They write dates from memory. They leave blank spaces because they intend to return later and never do. A mistake can become history if enough time passes. Our little room was proof of that. Or at least that is the explanation I prefer. There was one final detail I never resolved. During the renovation, we had removed one section of baseboard to repair plaster. Behind it, folded flat into the narrow gap, we found a scrap of paper. It was not a note. It was part of an old copy of the house plan. Only a corner remained, torn from a larger sheet. The visible section showed the upstairs hallway, and on that version, the little room was drawn in. There was a door exactly where our door stands now. No label inside the room. No explanation. Just 4 lines forming the space. The paper looked old, but I'm not qualified to date paper. It could have been placed there during a repair decades after construction. It could have been a contractor's sketch copied from the house as built. It could have been a revision that never made it into county files. I brought it to the records office and asked if they had another version of the original plan. They searched the digital archive and then, because one employee was unusually patient, checked a physical index. Nothing. The filed blueprint remained the only official original. The version in our wall existed nowhere else we could find. We framed the scrap. It hangs in the reading nook now, above the low bookshelf. Visitors often assume it is decoration until we explain what it is. Most people smile and say old houses are weird. They are right. The house has been good to us. The kitchen wall came down safely. The light finally reaches the dining room in the afternoon. The furnace still complains in January. The stairs still squeak on the fourth step from the top. And at the end of the upstairs hall, there is a room. You can walk into it. You can sit in the chair. You can touch the pencil mark dated June 1952. You can look at a fragment of an old plan showing that somebody, at some point, knew exactly where the room was. Then you can go to the county website and pull up the official record. According to that record, the wall is solid. According to that record, the space is not part of the house. We have tried more than once to have the documentation corrected. Some records now acknowledge an existing storage area. Others still do not. Every system seems to inherit a slightly different version of the house. I used to find that frustrating. Now I find it oddly comforting. The room does not need permission from a drawing to exist. It does not need a bureaucratic history. It has its own history in worn floorboards, old nails, pencil marks, and the memory of people who used it long before we arrived. Maybe houses are full of things like that. Not hidden rooms, hidden continuity, small ordinary facts that survive because wood and plaster happen to last longer than paperwork. I still read there most nights. Sometimes I close the door almost all the way and imagine the house as it was in 1952. Different furniture, different voices downstairs. A child opening that same door, stepping into the same narrow space, reaching for a game or a coat, never imagining that decades later strangers would debate whether the room had ever existed at all. The thought is not frightening. It makes the house feel deeper somehow. Not larger in measurement, larger in time. So if you ever find a room that does not match the plan, check the practical things first. Check the structure. Check the permits. Make sure there is no unsafe wiring, no hidden moisture, no reason the space was sealed for your protection. But after that, if the room is sound, you might let it keep one small mystery. You do not have to solve everything an old house refuses to explain. Sometimes a room is simply there. The rain has softened a little now. No need to open your eyes. The next house has a backyard, a fence, and a patch of earth that everyone tried very hard to call a garden bed. The mound was already there when we bought the house. That is the first thing I always explain, because otherwise people imagine we discover it later by accident, perhaps while digging a garden or installing a fence. We did not. We saw it during the first viewing. It sat near the back boundary of the yard beneath an old pear tree. A low rise of earth, maybe 6 feet long and 2 feet wide, covered with patchy grass and a few stubborn weeds. It did not look dramatic. There was no stone, no marker, no iron fence, no sunken ground. If somebody had not pointed it out, we might not have noticed it at all. Our realtor called it an old garden bed. She said the previous owner had probably planted flowers there years ago and then stopped maintaining it. The soil was slightly raised because gardeners sometimes built narrow beds along fences. That explanation made sense. The house was old. The yard had been changed many times. There were traces of former landscaping everywhere. A semicircle of bricks near the shed, 2 rose bushes growing in an otherwise random patch of lawn, and a stone bird bath without a basin. The mound did not concern us. We bought the property in late autumn. By the time we moved in, most of the trees were bare and the garden looked tired. The pear tree dropped hard little fruit nobody wanted to eat. Wet leaves collected against the fence. We spent our first weeks indoors fixing cabinets, painting bedrooms, and discovering all the places cold air entered the house. The backyard became important in spring. That was when everything turned green at once. The lawn thickened. The rose bushes came back. Small white flowers appeared under the pear tree. We cleared old branches, repaired one section of fence, and started planting a vegetable garden near the kitchen door. One Saturday morning, my daughter came inside carrying a handful of pale pink flowers. "Did you put these out there?" she asked. I said no. She had found them on the mound. They were cut flowers, not growing flowers, for stems laid neatly side by side. Small pink carnations, still fresh, their petals beaded with morning moisture. My first thought was that they had blown into the yard. That was obviously wrong as soon as I looked at them. The stems had been trimmed to equal length. They were arranged deliberately. Wind had not done it. I asked my husband. He had not placed them there either. We assumed a neighbor had. The rear fence separated our yard from another property, but there was no gate on that side. To reach the mound from behind, somebody would have had to climb a 6-foot wooden fence. The side gates were both locked from inside, though one could probably be opened with enough effort through a gap near the latch. It was odd, but not alarming. Maybe the previous owner still visited the garden. Maybe a neighbor had a sentimental attachment to the pear tree. Maybe someone had crossed the property line without realizing new owners had moved in. We left the flowers where they were. After 3 days, they wilted. I threw them into the compost bin. About 2 weeks later, new flowers appeared. Same place, same kind, pink carnations. This time there were 6. My husband stood over them with his hands on his hips and said we needed to ask the neighbors. We started with the family behind us. They had lived there 12 years. The father, Sam, listened politely and then looked past us toward the pear tree. You mean that mound? Yes. He said he had always assumed it belonged to the landscaping. He had never climbed the fence or left flowers. His wife had not either. The neighbor on our left was newer than us and knew nothing. The woman on the right, Mrs. Alvarez, had lived on the street for almost 40 years. When I described the flowers, she went quiet. Not frightened, thoughtful. What color? She asked. Pink. Carnations? I felt a small chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Yes. She nodded once. Those have been showing up for a long time. How long? She was not sure. She remembered seeing flowers there when the previous owner lived in the house. She had assumed he placed them. Before him, there had been an elderly couple. She thought flowers appeared then too, though she could not swear to it. Did anybody ever say what the mound was? Mrs. Alvarez hesitated. People used to say it was a grave. That sentence changed the yard instantly. The mound looked exactly the same when I went home, but now every feature seemed more deliberate. The length, the orientation, the way the grass grew slightly differently on top. The pear tree leaning over it like a marker. I did what people do when a mundane explanation becomes less certain. I searched the internet. The property had been part of a larger farm in the 19th century. The current house was built much later, in the 1930s, after the land was divided into residential lots. Old maps showed several structures nearby, but nothing clear enough to identify a family burial plot. I searched death records connected to the address. Nothing. I searched the names of former owners. Nothing that helped. My husband was more practical. Before you turn the backyard into a ghost story, he said, maybe we should find out whether it is actually a grave. That was reasonable. We called the city. The city told us to call the county. The county told us burial questions were handled through a different department. That department said private family burials on older properties were possible, but uncommon and sometimes poorly documented. They advised us not to disturb the mound until we knew more. We had no intention of disturbing it. The idea of digging there had never occurred to us before, and once somebody told us not to, it became impossible to imagine doing anything else. The flowers appeared again in May. 5 pink carnations. Fresh. We had been home all morning. Our kitchen window looked onto the backyard, and though nobody stared outside continuously, it seemed unlikely someone could have crossed the lawn unnoticed. That was when we installed the trail camera. We already owned one because my husband used it on camping trips. It was motion-activated, weatherproof, and capable of recording at night. We attached it to a fence post angled toward the mound. For the first week, it captured squirrels. Many squirrels. It recorded our daughter walking to the pear tree. It recorded me dragging a hose across the grass. It recorded a neighborhood cat moving along the fence at 2 in the morning. It recorded shadows when wind moved branches close to the sensor. No flowers appeared. The second week was the same. The third week, the memory card filled with hundreds of clips because a spider built a web in front of the sensor. We cleaned the camera and reset it. 3 days later, we woke to find 7 pink carnations on a mound. My husband smiled immediately. "Got you," he said. We brought the camera inside. The footage showed the previous afternoon clearly. It showed dusk. It showed our daughter kicking a ball. It showed me coming out to collect laundry from a drying rack. It showed darkness. At 11:42 p.m., the mound was empty. The next clip began at 12:06 a.m. The flowers were there. No person appeared in either recording. The camera had not captured the placement. We checked the timestamps for gaps. 24 minutes passed between clips, but the device recorded only when motion triggered it. Somebody could theoretically have approached very slowly from outside the detection zone, reached the mound, placed the flowers, and withdrawn without triggering the sensor. That was possible. It was also an absurd amount of effort for a prank nobody had acknowledged. We repositioned the camera. Next time, we added a second camera from another angle. The flowers did not appear for almost a month. Then, one Sunday morning, there they were. For carnations, neither camera showed a person. One camera recorded an unexplained exposure change at 3:18 a.m., a brief brightening of the image likely caused by its infrared system adjusting. The mound was empty before that clip, and flowers were present in the next clip 40 minutes later. The second camera captured nothing during that period. I know what that sounds like. It sounds as though the flowers materialized. I do not believe they did. Cameras miss things. Batteries weaken. Sensors have blind spots. Compresión removes detalle. Devices fail in ways that appear meaningful when you are looking for meaning. But after that, we stopped trying to catch whoever was doing it. Not because we were afraid, because it began to feel intrusive. If a real person was quietly visiting that spot, perhaps they had a reason not to be filmed. That thought led us to the local historical society. The society occupied 2 rooms inside an old library building and was run mostly by volunteers. One of them, a retired teacher named Helen, spent an entire afternoon helping us trace the property backward. She found no official burial record, no cemetery map, no denotación, no newspaper mention of a death on the property. But she was not surprised. Before modern record systems, small family plots could exist on farms without appearing in the places we expected. Infants who died very young were sometimes buried near home. Travelers could be buried temporarily and never moved. Poor families did not always create permanent markers. Wooden markers decayed. Stones were removed. Land changed hands. That did not mean our mound was a grave. It meant absence of a record could not prove it was not one. Helen found an older plat map showing that our lot had once belonged to the Mercer farm. The Mercer family lived on the land from the 1860s until shortly after 1900. Census records showed several children. One daughter, Eleanor, appeared in one census and disappeared from next. That was not unusual. She might have married, moved, or been recorded under a different spelling. But Helen found a church register listing an Eleanor Mercer who died at age 11 in 1889. Cause of death was not given. Place of burial was blank. I stared at that line for a long time. Was that enough to connect her to the mound? No, not even close. The farm covered more land than our modern property. She could have been buried in a churchyard miles away. The blank entry could be clerical. Another Eleanor Mercer could have existed. Still, the name stayed with us. We never told our daughter. She was young, and we saw no reason to turn a patch of yard into a place she might fear. Instead, we treated it gently. We stopped mowing directly over the mound. I trimmed the grass by hand. My husband repaired the fence nearby without driving posts into that section of soil. And the flowers kept coming. Always carnations, usually pink, once white, never roses, never wildflowers, never anything elaborate. Sometimes 3 stems, sometimes 7, never wrapped, never tied. The arrangement varied slightly, but the flowers were always placed lengthwise on the mound with the blossoms toward the pear tree. We began noticing timing. They appear more often in spring and early summer. One year, there were flowers in late November after an early frost. That bothered me because carnations were less likely to be growing locally then, meaning whoever placed them probably bought them. I checked receipts from nearby florists like a person in a detective story. Of course, that went nowhere. People buy carnations every day. There was one elderly man who came to the house during our 3rd year there. He knocked on a Saturday afternoon and introduced himself as Thomas Reed. He had grown up 2 streets away in the 1950s and was visiting the neighborhood after a reunion. He asked if he could look at the backyard from the gate. When he saw the mound, his face changed. Still there, he said. I asked what he knew about it. Not much. As a child, he had been told never to play on that patch of ground. The old woman who owned our house then called it the resting place. Resting place for who? Thomas did not know. Kids invented stories, he said. They claim a little girl was buried there. Or a dog. Or a soldier. The story changed depending on who told it. Did he remember flowers? He thought for a moment. Yes, pink ones. That answer made the history stretch backward another generation. I asked whether he knew who left them. He shook his head. Maybe the old woman. Maybe somebody else. He was not certain enough to be useful, but certainty had never been part of the story. After he left, I stood by the mound until evening. The pear tree had begun dropping leaves. They gathered around my shoes. From that angle, I could see our kitchen window glowing warm through the house. I tried to imagine the yard in 1955, then 1889. The fences would have been different or absent. The house itself would not have existed in the earlier period. The pear tree might not have existed either. If someone was buried there, the surrounding world had changed completely while the ground remained in place. That was the thought that finally removed most of the fear. A grave, if it was a grave, was not an intrusion into our home. Our home was the intrusion into the grave's landscape. We were the new thing. The ground had been there first. From then on, the flowers felt less like evidence of a trespasser and more like a tradition we had inherited without being told the rules. We stopped using cameras. We stopped asking who came. When flowers appeared, we left them until they wilted. Then one spring, after nearly 4 years in the house, no flowers came. April passed. Then May. The mound stayed empty. I was surprised by how much I noticed their absence. Every morning, I glanced toward the pear tree. Nothing. By June, I felt something close to concern. Maybe whoever had been leaving them was ill. Maybe they had moved away. Maybe they had died. That was the most obvious possibility and the saddest. A ritual continuing for decades must depend on people passing it from one person to another, unless one person had somehow been doing it for an impossibly long time. Perhaps the chain had finally ended. My husband suggested we leave flowers ourselves. So we did. We bought a small bunch of pink carnations from a grocery store. No card. No ceremony. We walked to the back of the yard together one evening and laid 5 stems on the mound. It felt strange for about 10 seconds. Then it felt completely natural. We had no proof anyone was buried there. We did not know the name Eleanor belonged to the spot. We did not know who had started the tradition. But somebody had cared enough to return again and again. That was real, even if everything else was uncertain. 2 weeks later, Fresh carnations appeared beside ours, not replacing them, beside them. We had not put them there. For the first time, instead of surprise, I felt relief. Someone was still keeping the ritual. Or perhaps they had seen ours and understood that the new owners would not interfere. We never learned who. That is the part people dislike when I tell the story. They want to reveal. An elderly relative discovered through research. A hidden gate. A neighbor caught on camera. A letter in the attic explaining everything. There was no reveal. There was only continuity. The flowers appeared a few times each year. We added our own occasionally. When our daughter became old enough to ask why, we told her the truth as we knew it. We said the mound might be an old grave. We did not know. People had left flowers there for a long time, so we treated the spot with respect. She accepted that more easily than adults did. Children understand incomplete stories. They live with them constantly. One summer, she made a small watercolor of the pear tree and left it under a stone near the mound. Rain destroyed the paper within a week, but for those few days it looked like another offering. Years later, when we sold the house, the mound became part of the conversation with the buyers. Legally, we disclosed everything we knew, which was almost nothing. Possible historic burial area, unverified. The buyers were a young couple. They listened carefully. I told them about the Historical Society, the lack of records, Thomas Reed, the carnations, the cameras that never caught anyone. I expected them to reconsider the purchase. Instead, the woman asked one question. What kind of flowers? Pink carnations, mostly. She smiled. My grandmother loved those. I do not think that meant anything. People love common flowers. Connections are easy to create after the fact. But I like the coincidence. Before we handed over the keys, I left a small envelope in the kitchen drawer containing copies of everything we had found. The Mercer map, the church register, our notes from the county, a photograph of the mound in spring. On top, I placed one final note. We never found out who leaves the flowers. If they come, please let them stay. That was all. We moved 2 states away. For the first year, I occasionally wondered whether the carnations continued. I did not contact the new owners. It felt like their house now, their backyard, their mystery. Then, almost 18 months after the sale, an envelope arrived at our new address. Inside was a photograph. The pear tree was in bloom. The mound was green. On top of it lay 6 fresh pink carnations. No message except one sentence written on the back. They still come. I keep that photograph in a drawer, not because I believe it proves anything supernatural. It proves almost nothing. Somebody leaves flowers on a patch of earth that may or may not contain a grave. Cameras failed to identify them. Local history offers possibilities, but no certainty. That is the whole factual story. And yet, of all the strange things I have experienced in old houses, that one has stayed with me most gently. There was no threatening presence, no footsteps in the hall, no voice in the dark, only flowers, fresh ones, arriving without explanation. Maybe that is what memory looks like when it survives long enough that nobody remembers the original reason. A person begins a ritual, another person continues it, then another. The name is lost, the story changes, the marker disappears, but the gesture remains. Somebody still knows to bring carnations. And somewhere behind a fence, under an old pear tree, a small rise of earth continues to receive them. You can let that backyard disappear now. There is no need to solve who was under the tree or whether anyone was there at all. The flowers are enough. The next house has no mound, no hidden room, and no empty lot. Its mystery is smaller. Just a number on a mailbox that refuses, in photographs, to stay the same. I started the renovation blog because I was taking too many photographs. That was really the whole reason. When we bought the house, I documented everything. The cracked plaster above the dining room window. The old wallpaper under newer wallpaper. The kitchen before we removed the upper cabinets. the porch before sanding, the hallway before paint. I photograph the same rooms from the same angles every few weeks because I like being able to compare progress later. At first, the photographs were only for us. Then friends began asking for updates. My sister suggested putting them online. I created a small blog, expecting perhaps a dozen people to read it. Over the years, more people found it. Nothing enormous. It never became a business. It was simply a pleasant corner of the internet where people who owned stubborn old houses compared notes about trim profiles, floor refinishing, plaster repair, and the endless question of whether an old window should be restored or replaced. Because of that blog, I have an unusually complete photographic record of our house. Morning photographs, afternoon photographs, winter photographs with snow along the front walk, summer photographs with trees hiding half the roof, wide shots from across the street, close views of the porch columns, pictures taken before replacing the mailbox, pictures taken after replacing the mailbox, thousands of images. The mailbox is where the problem began. Our address ended in a 7. I will change the full number here because the exact address does not matter. But imagine something like 417. The mailbox stood on a wooden post near the curb. 3 metal numbers were fixed to its side in plain black characters. 4, 1, 7. They were easy to read in every daytime photograph. One evening, years after we moved in, I was preparing an anniversary post for the blog. I wanted to show how the front of the property had changed from our first year to our 10th. I opened folders from different seasons and began selecting images. That was when I found the first wrong number. The photograph had been taken at night after we installed new porch lights. The house glowed warm behind the shrubs, and the mailbox was visible in the lower right corner where a nearby street lamp caught its side. The number read 419. I zoomed in. 4, 1, 9. The final digit was not blurred into an ambiguous shape. It looked like a 9. I assumed I had photographed another house. That was impossible. The porch, trees, walkway, and landscaping were ours. Then I thought perhaps we had briefly used a different number on the mailbox. We had not. The old mailbox from before our renovation also had 417. The replacement had 417. We had never lived at 419. My husband thought the 7 looked like a 9 because of glare. That was the obvious explanation. A reflective highlight could close the diagonal shape of a 7. Digital noise could soften an edge. Compression from uploading might alter details. So I opened the original camera file. The 9 remained. I checked metadata. The file was created on the date, I remembered. It had not been edited. The camera model and exposure settings matched neighboring images in the folder. I enlarged the number until individual pixels became visible. That did not help. If anything, the shape looked more deliberate. Still, I dismissed it. One photograph is not a mystery. It is a photograph doing something strange. Then, while searching for another angle from that year, I found a second image. Different night, different season. The number read 416. This one was taken from farther away. The final digit could reasonably have been distorted by shadow. But now I was curious. I created a folder called Mailbox Weirdness. That name tells you how seriously I took it at first. I began going backward through the archive. Daytime photographs showed 417. Every one I checked. Night photographs mostly showed 417 too. But not all. Over 11 years, I found 13 images in which the final digit appeared different. 6 showed 419. 4 looked like 416. 2 appeared to show 412. 1 showed a number I could not confidently read at all. Every wrong image had been taken after dark. That detail made the problem more interesting and less supernatural at the same time. Night photography creates artifacts. High ISO introduces noise. Long exposures cause motion blur. Street lights create reflections. Camera software sharpens edges aggressively. If there was going to be a recurring visual error, darkness was where it would happen. I wrote a blog post about it, mostly as a joke. The title was something like, "Apparently, we keep moving without leaving the house." Readers offered explanations. Reflection, lens distortion, a damaged number plate, a shadow from the mailbox lid, image processing artifacts. One person suggested our 7 was mounted loosely and physically rotated in wind. I checked. The number was firmly attached. Another reader asked whether the incorrect numbers corresponded to former addresses of the property. That sent me into records. Our street had been renumbered once, many decades ago. Before that change, the property had a completely different number, not 419 or 416 or 412. No help there. A few commenters immediately called it paranormal. I ignored those. The blog was about renovation, not ghosts. But 2 emails arrived privately from other homeowners. The first came from a woman named Jenna who lived in a 19th century row house in another state. She said her brass door number had appeared as a different number in several nighttime photographs, always by 1 digit. The second came from a man who ran a restoration account. He had noticed the final digit of his house number appearing wrong in a handful of images taken after dark. Both assumed optical effects. Neither had mentioned it publicly before. That coincidence amused me enough that the 3 of us started exchanging examples. We compared cameras, lighting conditions, file types, and number styles. There was no obvious common factor. Jenna's numbers were brass on brick. Mine were black metal on a mailbox. The other homeowner's numbers were painted on wood. Different brands of cameras. Different years. Different climates. The only shared condition was darkness. We eventually joked that old houses had separate nighttime addresses. That should have been the end of it. Then I printed one of the photographs. This sounds trivial, but the print changed my reaction. On a screen, digital images feel flexible. Software is involved. Pixels are manipulated. Displays render color differently. Zooming makes everything less trustworthy. A physical print feels stubborn. I ordered a large matte print of the first image for an unrelated photo wall. When it arrived, the mailbox clearly read 419. My husband stood beside me holding the print. "That is irritating," he said. "Not scary?" "No, irritating." I understood exactly what he meant. The problem was no longer easy to wave away while scrolling. We went outside and photographed the mailbox that same evening from the closest possible matching angle. 417. We adjusted exposure. 417. We turned off the porch light. 417. We waited for a car to pass so headlights would create glare. 417. I used the older camera model from the original photograph. 417. We could not reproduce the 9. The next weekend, I replaced the house number digits entirely. Not because I thought anything supernatural was happening. The old metal numbers were weathered, and one had begun rusting askew. I installed new reflective numbers with a different font. 4, 1, 7. For almost a year, every photograph showed 417. Then one night, while testing a new lens, I took a picture from the sidewalk. The mailbox read 419 again. The new 7 had a straight diagonal line and no curved lower section. It looked nothing like a 9 in person. In the photograph, it looked like a 9. I stopped posting about it after that. Not because I became afraid, because the discussion became repetitive. People either believed there was a technical explanation or believed there was not. Without better evidence, nobody could move the conversation forward. I wanted to understand it more carefully, so I began recording conditions. Whenever I took nighttime exterior photographs, I noted time, weather, temperature, camera, lens, exposure, whether the porch light was on, and whether the street lamp was functioning. For 2 years, nothing unusual happened. hundreds of images, 417 every time. That made the whole mystery feel settled. Whatever had caused the earlier photographs was not persistent. Then, during a heavy summer thunderstorm, I photographed the house from inside my car. Rain streaked the windshield. The image was not intended for the blog. I only liked the way the porch looked through water. When I reviewed the frame later, the mailbox read 416. I laughed out loud. At some point, a mystery that refuses to become dangerous becomes almost companionable. I added the image to the weirdness folder. By then, the folder contained scans of old prints, screenshots, raw files, and notes. I showed everything to a professional photographer I knew. He gave me the most detailed, practical explanation anyone had offered. Small high-contrast shapes are vulnerable to aliasing, sharpening, noise reduction, glare, and demiscing errors. A 7 can acquire a false edge. A reflective screw can become part of a digit. Background detail can merge with a number. Nighttime exposures amplify all of those effects. He demonstrated by processing one file with different settings. Under aggressive sharpening, the 7 changed shape noticeably. Not fully into a 9, but close enough that I felt relieved. There, he said, your ghost is a JPEG. I preferred that. Then I showed him the raw file from the newest image. He studied it longer. Still probably processing, he said. Probably? He shrugged. Cameras are not truth machines. That sentence became the best summary of the entire story. That remains true of photographs. Neither are memories. Neither are official records, as the previous house taught us. We treat photographs as evidence because they preserve light from a moment. But even before modern artificial intelligence or elaborate editing, photographs have always been translations. Lenses distort. Film grain obscures. Sensors interpolate. Exposure chooses what to keep and what to lose. Maybe every incorrect number in my archive has a technical explanation. I think that is likely, but the pattern remained oddly specific. Only the house number changed in a way noticeable enough to disturb me. The porch rail did not become a different design. Windows did not move. Trees did not vanish. The mailbox number, a tiny identifier telling the world exactly where the house was, occasionally seemed to point somewhere else. That idea made it irresistible as a story. One autumn, I decided to look up the addresses shown in the photographs. 419 existed 3 houses down on the opposite side of the street. 416 did not exist on our block because even and odd numbers were separated by side. 412 existed farther south. I walked past 419. It was an ordinary house, newer than ours, blue siding, children's bicycles near the garage. Nothing happened. I never told the occupants why I was looking at their mailbox. Then I researched whether our property had ever been connected to those parcels historically. No meaningful connection. No shared family ownership I could find. No fires, deaths, disappearances, or dramatic history. Again, a disappointing ghost story. That was comforting. I did discover one minor coincidence. The year our house was built, the original builder also constructed a house several blocks away at an address ending in 9. That fact means almost nothing. Builders construct multiple houses. Numbers repeat. I mention it only because once you start searching for patterns, the world provides endless material. That is the danger. A mystery can grow simply because you keep feeding it facts. I became careful after that. I stopped interpreting every discrepancy as meaningful. I kept the archive because I enjoyed it, not because I expected answers. Several years later, the other 2 bloggers and I compared notes again. Jenna had found no new wrong numbers. The restoration account owner had found one. He had also discovered that a branch cast a shadow across his painted digit under one specific streetlight angle, probably solving his case. We congratulated him on being eliminated from the Supernatural Address Club. Jenna said she was jealous. Our joke continued. In my own house, the phenomenon became rarer. Maybe cameras improved. Maybe lighting changed after the city replaced street lamps. Maybe the new mailbox numbers reflected less unpredictably. Maybe I stopped taking as many photographs after dark. There are practical reasons for all of it. Still, every few years one appears. The last was taken by someone else. My niece visited during the holidays and photographed the house from the driveway because snow had begun falling. She sent the image to our family group chat. I saw it while sitting inside the house. Porch lights warm, snow in the air, mailbox near the curb. For 119, I did not say anything at first. Then my husband saw my face. Another one? I handed him the phone. He zoomed in. 9, he said. My niece heard us talking and asked what we meant. We explained the long history. She stared at the image. That is definitely a 9. We went outside together. The mailbox said 417. Of course it did. She took another photograph from the same position. 417. A third. 417. She thought it was the coolest thing about our house. That response made me realize how completely my own relationship to the mystery had changed. At the beginning, I wanted to correct the image. Later, I wanted to explain the image. Now I simply recognize it. There's the house doing that thing again. The wrong numbers have never corresponded to bad events. They have not predicted anything. Nobody has arrived asking for a different address. Mail has not vanished. Emergency services have not confused the house. Nothing happens except the photograph. That makes the phenomenon almost perfectly harmless. A small disagreement between the house we occupy and the image a camera sometimes creates. I once considered replacing the mailbox with a plaque attached directly to the porch. My husband objected. Then how will the house choose its nighttime address? So the mailbox stayed. 417 in daylight. Usually 417 after dark. Occasionally something else. If I had only 1 or 2 photographs, I would not tell this story. If the images showed shadowy people in windows or impossible faces, I would distrust them more, not less. Those are the shapes our brains are eager to manufacture. A number is duller. That is why it stayed with me. The house does not transform. It does not threaten. It simply becomes, for one frozen frame, slightly misaddressed. Maybe there is a complete optical explanation waiting for somebody with enough technical knowledge. I hope there is. I like mysteries best when they remain small enough to live beside. Tonight, if you imagine that mailbox in the rain, do not picture anything standing next to it. There is nobody there. Just a wooden post at the edge of a familiar yard. A metal box shining faintly under a street lamp. 3 numbers fixed to the side. And a camera that, every once in a long while, insists the last one is wrong. The next house is quieter from the outside. It has a realtor sign in the yard. Its windows are supposed to be dark. The utilities are supposed to be disconnected. But most evenings, one light comes on upstairs. Then another downstairs, then another. The house next door was already for sale when we moved in. There was a white sign in the yard, a lockbox on the front door, and one of those clear plastic tubes near the porch containing printed listing sheets. We assumed it would sell quickly. The neighborhood was desirable. The street was quiet without feeling isolated. The schools were good. The house itself looked solid from the outside. A broad 2-story place with dark shutters and a detached garage set slightly behind it. For the first few weeks, people came and went constantly. A realtor would arrive, open the lockbox, and walk through with a couple. Sometimes a family. Sometimes a contractor. Cars idled along the curb. People stood in the front yard pointing at the roof or windows. Then they left. No moving truck ever came. The listing stayed active. After several months, the price dropped. Then it dropped again. We did not think much about it. Houses failed to sell for all kinds of reasons. Maybe the inspection had found something expensive. Maybe the owner was unwilling to negotiate. Maybe the inside looked worse than the exterior suggested. The first time I noticed the lights, it was around 8 in the evening. I was taking recycling to the bin beside our garage. The house next door was dark, except for an upstairs room facing the street. A lamp appeared to be on behind the curtains. I assumed the realtor had left it for security. A few minutes later, while I was still outside, the upstairs light went off. Then a downstairs light came on. I saw the glow shift through windows along the side of the house. Someone was inside. Again, nothing unusual. The owner could have stopped by. A cleaner could be there. A contractor. A caretaker. I went inside and forgot about it. The next evening, the same thing happened. Around the same time, an upstairs room brightened. Later, the light moved downstairs. My wife noticed the kitchen light near 9. By 10, the house was dark again. Within a week, we had seen the pattern often enough that we assumed somebody lived there temporarily. Then I met the listing agent. There was an open house on a Sunday afternoon. My wife wanted to see the interior because we were curious about layout and because, as neighbors, it seemed useful to know what kind of place might eventually be occupied beside us. The agent welcomed us in. Her name was Claire. She was friendly and seemed grateful for visitors, even nosy neighbors. Inside, the house was empty, completely empty. No furniture, no vids, no lamps, no dishes, nothing suggesting temporary occupation. The rooms were cleaner than I expected. Hardwood floors, neutral paint, a kitchen renovated perhaps 15 years earlier. Dust in corners, but not much. I looked for the lamp I had seen upstairs. There was none. The front bedroom contained only a ceiling fixture. Downstairs, the living room had recessed lights and no portable lamps. I asked Claire whether somebody was staying there. No, she said. Owner lives out of state. Caretaker? No. Contractors in the evenings? Not recently. I told her we often saw lights moving through the house. She frowned. That is not possible. I laughed because I thought she meant it figuratively. She did not laugh. The utilities are off, she said. All of them. Electric was disconnected except for a temporary service needed during showings, she explained. The panel was shut down outside scheduled access. Water was off because of winterization. No tenant or caretaker was authorized to enter without notifying the listing office. Maybe another agent was showing it late? The lockbox records every entry. Could the owner visit without the lockbox? Not without telling her, and he lived several states away. My wife asked whether there had been break-ins. Claire said no. Her expression changed from professional politeness to genuine concern. What time do you see the lights? Usually between 8 and 10. Every night? Not every night. Most nights. She asked which rooms. We described the pattern. Front upstairs room first. Then sometimes the hall. Then downstairs. Kitchen last on many evenings. Claire looked toward the staircase. I expected her to say she would call the owner. Instead, she said, "You're the third people to tell me that." That was the moment the story changed for us. The first report had come from a couple who toured the house near dusk. They had left, then returned to retrieve a phone charger. From the street, they saw lights on and assumed the agent was still inside. When they approached, the house was locked and empty. The second report came from a neighbor behind the property who saw upstairs lights repeatedly. Claire had assumed a timer or electrical fault. An electrician checked the system months earlier. Nothing obvious was wrong. That afternoon, she walked us through every room again. There were no smart bulbs, no battery lamps, no hidden occupancy. Most fixtures were ordinary hardwired ceiling lights. At the electrical panel in the basement, several breakers were off. The main service configuration was more complicated than I understood, but Claire insisted the house should not be lighting itself room by room. We went home before sunset. That night, at 8:14, the front bedroom light came on. I took a photograph. At 8:31, it went dark. At 8:36, a glow appeared in the upstairs hall. At 8:48, downstairs living room windows brightened. At 9:22, the kitchen light came on. At 10:03, everything went dark. The sequence felt domestic. That was the unsettling part. If every light had flashed simultaneously, I would have thought electrical fault. If a single lamp remained on all night, I would have assumed a timer. Instead, the lights seemed to travel with a person moving through an ordinary evening. Bedroom, hall, living room, kitchen, dark. No silhouette ever crossed a window clearly enough for us to identify a body. Once or twice I thought I saw movement behind curtains, but that could easily have been shifting exposure or branches. We told Claire. She asked us to send photographs with timestamps. A week later, an electrician returned. Then a security company installed cameras inside the house. Claire did not tell us the results immediately. For several nights, the lights stopped. The house remained dark. Then the pattern resumed. At the next open house, I asked Claire whether the cameras caught anyone. No. Did they catch the lights? She hesitated. Some of them. That answer surprised me. The interior cameras recorded a dark room until, at certain times, the image exposure changed as though the room had become brighter. But in at least one case, the ceiling fixture visible in frame did not appear illuminated directly. The room brightened without the fixture looking obviously on. Claire was reluctant to discuss it because she represented the seller and did not want to create rumors that could affect the listing. I understood. We were not trying to make her job harder. The house already had enough trouble selling. Months became a year. Then 2. The sign stayed. Occasionally the property went temporarily off market and returned under a different listing agent. The lawn was maintained by a service. Snow was cleared. The exterior was painted once. Nobody moved in. The evening lights continued. By then, they were part of our routine. We could sit at the dinner table and notice the upstairs glow without commenting. Sometimes my wife would glance at the clock. "They are late tonight," she would say. We had begun speaking as though a family lived there. That was irrational, but language follows habit. There was never more than one pattern of lights at a time. No separate bedrooms activating independently. No rapid movement. The sequence suggested one person, perhaps 2, moving slowly through the rooms. We invented harmless explanations. A former owner checking the house. A caretaker who disliked paperwork. A wiring fault so peculiar it happened with human timing. A sophisticated squatter who entered without disturbing locks and left no belongings. The squatter theory was the only one that felt dangerous, so I paid attention to doors and windows. Nothing looked forced. No food trash appeared. No footprints in snow leading to the house except those from authorized showings and maintenance. One winter night, after fresh snow, the lights performed their usual sequence while the yard remained untouched. I watched from our upstairs window. The front walkway was smooth white. No prints. The side yard showed no tracks. The back fence had snow piled along it. At 8:07, the upstairs room lit. At 8:28, the hall. At 8:50, downstairs. At 9:17, kitchen. At 9:54, dark. No person entered or left. That was the closest I came to feeling genuinely afraid. Not because anything approached our house. Nothing ever did. The fear came from watching a routine continue without the visible body that should have produced it. We could have called police, but what would we report? Lights in a vacant house already monitored by its owner and listing agents. No crime visible. No person in danger. No sign of entry. So we watched. The 3rd year, a young couple named Evan and Rachel became serious buyers. They visited the property several times. They stood in the yard discussing the roof. They brought parents. They brought an inspector. They measured windows. Eventually, they knocked on our door and introduced themselves. They wanted to ask about the neighborhood. schools, traffic, noise, drainage, neighbors. We answered honestly. Then Rachel asked why the house had been for sale so long. We did not know. Should we tell them about the lights? My wife and I had discussed that possibility before. We decided not to volunteer it. Not because we wanted to hide something dangerous. We had no evidence of danger. Mentioning unexplained lights could sound like an attempt to sabotage the sale or frighten buyers based on rumor. If they asked directly whether anything strange happened, we would answer. They did not. Evan and Rachel bought the house. The sign disappeared. A moving truck came on a Saturday morning. For the first time in almost 3 years, real furniture entered the rooms. We felt absurdly happy watching it happen. The house looked less like a display and more like a home. We brought over a plant and a card. They seemed kind. Their dog barked at us and then immediately wanted attention. For the first few nights after they moved in, we did not look for the old light pattern. Of course there were lights now. Real people lived there. That should have ended the mystery completely. About 2 weeks later, Rachel knocked on our door at 9:30 in the evening. She looked embarrassed. "Can I ask you something strange?" My wife and I exchanged a glance. "What? Do you know if this house has some kind of automatic lighting system?" I asked why. She said she and Evan had been downstairs watching television when they noticed a light upstairs. They thought one of them had left it on. Evan went up to turn it off. Before he reached the room, it went dark. Then the hall light came on downstairs behind him. They assumed an electrical problem. The next night, something similar happened. A bedroom light. Hall. Living room. Kitchen. Rachel described the exact sequence we had watched for years. I told her everything. I told her about Claire, the disconnected utilities, the cameras, the snow without footprints, the routine. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was silent for a long time. Then she laughed once, nervously. "I wish you had told us before we bought it." I apologized. She shook her head. "No, I probably would have thought you were trying to scare us off." They had an electrician inspect the system. Again, nothing dangerous was found. A few switches were replaced. One old circuit was updated. The unexplained sequence continued occasionally. The difference was that now the house had occupants to compare it against. Rachel noticed the lights usually follow their evening routine, but not exactly. If they went upstairs early, the unexplained sequence sometimes happened after they were already in bed. If they were away, their security cameras still occasionally captured rooms brightening in the familiar order. The dog reacted only once. According to Evan, it stood at the bottom of the staircase while the upstairs light was on, tail lowered but not barking. After a minute, it walked back to the living room and slept. No growling, no panique. That detail reassured Rachel more than anything else. If the dog did not care, she decided she would try not to care either. Over time, they adapted. They stopped chasing every light switch. They installed smart bulbs in some rooms, partly to track whether commands were being triggered. The smart home logs did not show activations corresponding to every visible glow. Sometimes the fixture reported off while the room looked lit from outside. That returned the mystery to where it had begun. A light that behaved more like an appearance than an electrical event. Evan developed a theory he liked. The house had been vacant so long, he said, that it had kept performing its own version of being lived in. A routine without residents. When real residents returned, the routine did not immediately stop. That is not a scientific explanation. It is barely an explanation at all, but it has a strange elegance. Houses are designed around repeated human movement. Wake, walk downstairs, cook, seed, turn lights on, turn lights off, climb stairs, sleep. Do that for decades, and the path becomes visible in worn floors and polished railings. Maybe, metaphorically at least, a house can preserve a routine even when the people are gone. Rachel told me the phenomenon became less frequent after their first year. then less frequent again. By the third year, it happened only a handful of times. One evening, she texted me a photograph. The upstairs front room glowed. The message said, "Old neighbor is doing rounds tonight." That is what they called it by then. The old neighbor. Not a ghost. Not an intruder. Just a routine belonging to the house. Eventually, Evan and Rachel had a child. The upstairs front room became a nursery. They installed blackout curtains and a small nightlight. After that, the original pattern changed. The mysterious upstairs glow stopped appearing there. Sometimes the hall still brightened. Sometimes the kitchen. But the nursery remained quiet. Rachel liked to believe the house had adjusted its schedule around the baby. I told her that was giving an unexplained electrical phenomenon a lot of emotional intelligence. She said I had watched a vacant house keep bedtime for 3 years, so I was not allowed to judge. Fair enough. They still live there. The house is no longer difficult to sell because it is not for sale. The yard has toys in it now. The detached garage has been repaired. The shutters are a different color. Their dog has grown gray around the muzzle. From our dining room window, their lights look entirely normal most nights. Sometimes I see Rachel moving through the kitchen. Sometimes Evan closes the downstairs blinds. Sometimes a bedroom lamp remains on after everyone is asleep. When that happens, I no longer know whether the light is theirs or part of the older routine. That uncertainty seems appropriate. A lived-in house contains so many ordinary lights that a strange one can hide among them. Maybe that is what it wanted all along. Not attention, company, or maybe there was never anything to want. Maybe we witnessed a long electrical quirk complicated by empty rooms, reflective glass, security camera limitations, and the human tendency to recognize routines. Either possibility is gentle enough for tonight. The important thing is that nobody was harmed. The house did not lure anyone inside. It did not threaten the buyers. It did not become worse after they moved in. If anything, the unexplained activity faded as ordinary life returned. So let the windows go dark now. Imagine the realtor sign gone from the lawn. Imagine a family asleep upstairs. One last kitchen light shining through the rain. Then that light clicks off too. The next house keeps its secret lower down, beneath the kitchen floor, under old boards and layers of renovation. A basement that does not appear on the survey, the title documents, or any plan the owners were given. We would never have found the basement if the pipe had not burst. That is the simplest way to begin. There was no mysterious draft under the kitchen door. No hollow sound we had been ignoring for years. No family legend about a sealed room. We bought the house believing it had no basement because every piece of information available to us said it had no basement. The real estate listing described a crawlspace foundation. The inspection report described a crawlspace foundation. The property survey showed the main footprint, porch, detached garage, and utility lines, but no lower level. The county tax record listed 0 basement square footage. That was normal for the area. Most houses on our block had shallow foundations because of soil conditions and the period when they were built. A few had small storm cellars entered from outside, but ours did not. We never questioned it. The house was built in 1928, a narrow 2-story place with a later kitchen addition at the rear. The floors sloped slightly toward the center. The plumbing had been updated in stages. Every contractor who worked there warned us that old houses often contain surprises. They meant surprises like patched joists and forgotten wiring. Not an entire room underground. The plumbing problem began in January during a cold snap. We woke to the sound of water where water should not be. A pipe had failed somewhere beneath the kitchen. Water seeped through a seam near the base cabinets and spread across the floor. We shut off the main supply, called an emergency plumber, and spent the next hour moving everything we could out of the way. The plumber arrived with an assistant just after sunrise. They checked the visible lines, crawled under part of the house from an access panel near the laundry room, and discovered the broken section, ran toward the rear addition where the crawl space became too tight to reach. The plumber asked whether there was another access point. No. He checked outside. Nothing. Then he came back into the kitchen and began tapping the floor. Near the pantry, the sound changed. He tapped again. That is hollow, he said. I told him most floors are hollow underneath. Not like that. He removed the toe kick beneath a built-in cabinet. Behind it was a strip of old wood different from the surrounding framing. He used a flashlight and found the outline of what looked like a former opening under layers of trim. We had assumed the pantry cabinets were original to a 1970s kitchen remodel. They were hiding something older. The plumber did not want to start cutting blindly, so we called the contractor who had done previous work for us. He came that afternoon, studied the floor, checked measurements, and found a rectangular section beneath vinyl and plywood that did not match the surrounding boards. Someone had covered a hatch. The top layers were removed carefully. Underneath was a wooden panel about 3 feet by 5 feet. It had no handle, for screws, badly rusted, held it down from above. When those came out, the panel still resisted because old paint or sealant had bonded the edges. Our contractor worked a pry bar into the seam. The panel lifted a fraction of an inch. Cold air came up. Not foul air, just cold, dry air from a larger space below. He raised the panel farther and shined a light inside. Stairs, he said. I thought he was joking. He was not. A narrow wooden staircase descended into darkness beneath our kitchen. For several seconds, nobody moved. There is something uniquely disorienting about discovering that a familiar floor has depth where you believe there was none. I had walked across that spot every day for 6 years. We had set grocery bags there. Our dog slept there when sunlight came through the rear window. A kitchen table had stood over it before we remodeled, and underneath was a staircase. The contractor went down first. He wore a respirator and carried a strong work light. We did not know whether the space contained mold, unstable materials, animals, or anything else that could be unsafe. The stairs had 7 steps. At the bottom was a small basement room roughly 12 feet by 14 feet. Concrete floor, masonry walls, low ceiling, no windows, no furniture, no boxes, nothing stored there at all. One wall contained old shelves built from rough lumber, but they were empty. A disconnected light fixture hung from the ceiling. Several ceramic electrical insulators remained nailed to a beam from an early wiring system. The room was dry. That surprised the contractor. There was dust, but no standing water, no obvious rot, and no heavy mildew smell. The broken pipe ran along the ceiling near one corner, exactly where the plumber needed access. The basement solved our emergency. It created a larger question. Why was it sealed? At first, we assumed the entrance had simply become inconvenient during a kitchen remodel. Perhaps previous owners preferred more floor space and cover the hatch. That would be understandable. But when we examined the construction, the ceiling looked deliberate in a more permanent way. The top of the staircase had once had a framed opening with a proper hinge door or hatch. The hinges had been removed. Screw holes were filled. The panel had been fastened down. Plywood, underlayment, and later flooring were installed continuously over it. The built-in cabinet had then been placed partly across the location. Somebody wanted the basement inaccessible. Again, not necessarily sinister. And used basements create hazards. Children fall downstairs. Moisture enters. Old heating equipment gets abandoned. Homeowners seal inconvenient spaces all the time. We repaired the pipe and left the opening accessible while we investigated. The first person we called was our original home inspector. He was embarrassed. His report said no basement because no accessible basement had been visible. He had inspected the crawl space sections available to him and found no indication that a deeper room existed beneath the rear addition. He came back voluntarily. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, he looked genuinely astonished. "This should be on something," he said. That became our next problem. It was on nothing. Not the survey, not the assessor's sketch, not the permit history we could obtain, not the title documents. The original construction file was incomplete, but a foundation sketch showed shallow piers and crawl space, consistent with what we thought we had. The rear kitchen addition appeared on a permit from 1954. That permit did not mention excavation or a basement. Yet the materials in the room looked old enough that it might predate the addition or have been constructed at the same time. We hired a structural engineer. He inspected the walls, ceiling joists, staircase, and relationship to the house above. The basement was structurally stable. The masonry appeared to be several decades old. He could not date it precisely. Could have been dug after the house was built? Certainly. Could it have been part of the original construction? Also possible. Could it have been a storm shelter? Possibly, though its location and lack of exterior exit were unusual. Could have been for storage? That was the easiest explanation. The shelf supported that idea. We found faint circular stains on one shelf, perhaps from jars or cans. The room maintained a cool temperature year-round. Before modern refrigeration, cellar storage would have been practical. But if it was useful storage, why erase it from the house? Our neighbors knew nothing. The oldest resident on the block remembered the property from the 1960s. He never knew it had a basement. One former owner, located through forwarding information in an old file, had lived there from 1981 to 1997. When we called, he laughed and said we were mistaken. There is no basement in that house. We sent him photographs. He stopped laughing. "Where is that?" "Under the kitchen." He had never seen it. During his ownership, the kitchen flooring had already covered the hatch. The built-in cabinets were already there. That pushed the ceiling back before 1981. The previous owners before him were harder to trace. The house changed hands in 1972 after the death of a woman named Florence Ward, who had lived there for more than 30 years. Her family sold the property. If anyone knew about the basement, she likely did. We searched probate records, hoping an inventory might list stored goods or cellar contents. Nothing useful. The basement began to acquire theories simply because facts were scarce. A neighbor suggested Prohibition-era liquor storage, even though the dates did not fit well. A friend suggested a fallout shelter, though the room lacked typical features and might be older. Someone online suggested a root cellar. Another person said hidden basements were used for coal storage, but there was no exterior coal chute. A more dramatic theory involved hiding people, which had no supporting evidence and felt irresponsible to repeat. We tried not to turn absence of information into history. The physical room told a quieter story. Shelves, an old electrical fixture, white paint on part of one wall, a small hook in a ceiling joist, scratches near the bottom step, a patch in the concrete where some fixture may once have been bolted down. No inscriptions, no personal belongings, no bones, no locked chest, no secret passage. It was almost disappointingly empty. That emptiness made the ceiling stranger. If a family had abandoned a room full of old possessions, we could imagine wanting to forget it. Instead, someone had cleared everything first, then closed it. Our contractor discovered another detail while improving the stairs. The underside of the hatch panel had been painted, not accidentally splattered, painted deliberately in the same pale green color found on the oldest visible basement wall layer. That suggested the hatch once formed part of the room's finished interior. Near one edge, under dust, were pencil marks. 3 short lines and dates. 1939, 1941, 1944. Height marks again. Just like the room that did not match the floor plan in the previous story, Ordinary family evidence made the hidden space feel less sinister. A child had been measured there, or perhaps the marks recorded something else, but their arrangement strongly suggested height. The highest mark was a little over 4 feet from the floor level when the hatch stood open vertically, though reconstructing its original position was uncertain. We traced the household in the 1940s. Florence Ward lived there with her husband and a son named Peter. Peter would have been a child during those dates. That fit. Again, fitting is not proving, but it gave the room a human scale. I began picturing Florence storing jars on the shelves, Peter following her down the stairs, somebody marking his height on the painted wood. A basement does not need a dramatic purpose to become worth preserving. We decided not to seal it again. Instead, we installed a safe modern hatch with proper hinges, ventilation, lighting, and a railing on the stairs. The engineer recommended minor repairs. We added a moisture monitor. The room became storage for things we did not need often. Holiday decorations, camping equipment, paint cans, boxes of old books. It was useful. That made the original decision to erase it even more puzzling. Then, about a year after discovery, we found what may be the answer. It was not supernatural. It was buried in an old local newspaper. A small article from 1968 reported that several homes in the neighborhood had experienced break-ins through basement or cellar access points. The article mentioned one homeowner injured after falling down concealed stairs while moving furniture during renovations. Our address was not named, but the timing was interesting. A kitchen remodeling permit for our house was issued in 1969. Could Florence or a later owner have sealed the basement then for safety? Possibly. Maybe the stairs were inconvenient. Maybe the room had moisture problems later corrected by drainage work. Maybe the kitchen layout changed and the entrance ended up beneath cabinets. A series of ordinary decisions could turn a known cellar into a forgotten one within a generation. That explanation satisfied me for a while. Then I noticed the survey issue again. Even if the entrance was sealed in 1969, why had the basement never appeared on property records before that? A sealed room can disappear from memory. It should not disappear backward in time, unless the records were incomplete from the beginning. I returned to the county archive and asked to see older property cards. An employee brought out a scan card from the 1950s. Under foundation, someone had typed crawl. Then, in faint pencil beside it, almost erased, was a single letter be followed by a question mark. B? Basement? Maybe. The notation had never been transferred into later records. That was the closest we came to official acknowledgement. A question mark from somebody who had probably stood at the house 70 years earlier and wondered the same thing. I love that detail. It meant our mystery was not new. At least one assessor may have suspected there was more below the floor than the paperwork showed. Maybe the owner said there was no basement. Maybe access was already difficult. Maybe the inspector did not look further. A pencil question mark entered the file. Then decades passed. The question mark vanished from copied records. The room remained. We found no evidence that anything frightening happened there. The only unsettling experience occurred during our second winter after opening it. I went down late one evening to retrieve a box of decorations. The new light was on. While I was searching a shelf, I heard a soft sound above me, a dull wooden movement. The hatch shifted slightly. For one instant, I imagined it closing. I moved toward the stairs quickly. Then our dog appeared at the top, pushing his nose against the hatch edge. He had bumped it while investigating. That was all. I laughed at myself for the rest of the evening. Old house mysteries become powerful because they prepare you to interpret every normal sound as part of the story. A board moves. A pipe knocks. Air pressure changes. A dog leans against the door. Once a room has been hidden for decades, even ordinary physics feels theatrical. We learn not to do that. The basement stayed boring, exactly as we wanted. No voices, no objects moved between visits, no cold spots beyond the fact that basements are cold. No strange marks appeared. We stored things there and occasionally forgot where we put them, which is the most normal possible use of a basement. Years later, when we refinanced the house, a new appraiser came. I showed him the lower room. He stared at his tablet. "This property has no basement," he said. I pointed around us. He laughed. "I guess it does now." "Not now," I said. "It always did." He updated his report. For the first time, we had an official modern document clearly identifying partial basement space. That felt strangely important. The room had been acknowledged. But when the county tax site updated the following year, it still listed basement area as 0. We decided not to chase it anymore. The basement did not care. That is what I came to think about hidden spaces in old houses. Their mystery often belongs less to the space itself than to the fragile systems people use to describe property over time. A room can be built. A family can use it for decades. An entrance can be covered. The next owner never sees it. A survey copies an older survey. A database copies a tax card. A listing copies the database. Eventually, everyone agrees the room does not exist. Then a pipe bursts. And there it is. Cold, dusty, waiting under the kitchen. Not waiting in a conscious sense. Just remaining. Masonry is patient. Concrete does not care whether anyone remembers it. The basement has outlasted several versions of the truth. I sometimes think about the person who penciled B ? On that old property card. I imagine them standing in the kitchen or outside the rear addition, perhaps hearing a hollow sound underfoot, perhaps noticing a foundation wall deeper than expected. They were curious enough to make a note. Not curious enough, or not able to settle it. That little uncertainty traveled forward until the paper was copied without it. Then we found the room and began the question again. If you ever own an old house, there will probably be something like that. Not necessarily a basement, a capped pipe that no one understands, a door that once led somewhere else, a patch in the floor, an attic beam with numbers written on it, a wall thicker than it needs to be. Most of those things have ordinary histories. People modify homes constantly and document them imperfectly. Ordinary history can still feel strange when the people who knew the reason are gone. Our basement taught us that. We went looking for a secret and found mostly evidence of storage, family life, remodeling, and paperwork that failed to keep up. That was enough. So imagine the hatch closing gently now. Not sealed, not hidden, just closed for the night. The stair light goes out. The boxes remain on their shelves. The old pencil marks stay under the hatch where they have stayed for decades. Above them, the kitchen is warm and ordinary. Rain moves across the roof. We have 2 houses left before the final one becomes gentle. The next house carries its history in a smell. A faint trace of smoke in one corner of the living room, long after every visible sign of fire was repaired. The smoke smell appeared during our second winter in the house. At least, that was when we first noticed it clearly enough to talk about. Before that, there had been occasional moments when the living room carried a dry, warm odor we could not place. Old wood, dust on a radiator, a neighbor's fireplace, something faint enough that by the time one of us mentioned it, the other could no longer smell anything. Then one evening in January, I walked into the living room and stopped. Smoke. Not fresh smoke thick enough to see. Not the sharp chemical smell of overheated wiring. It was the softer, stale smell that remains in fabric and wood after a fire has been extinguished. The scent of a cold fireplace the morning after it has been used, mixed with something darker and older. Our fireplace had not been used in almost 3 weeks. We had learned early that the chimney drafted poorly during certain weather, and until we could schedule repairs, we used the hearth only occasionally. I checked it first anyway. The damper was closed. The ash bed was cold. No ember remained. I touched the bricks near the opening. Cold. My wife came in and smelled it too. She immediately checked the kitchen. Nothing on the stove. We walked through the house room by room. No smoke upstairs. No smell in the basement. No smell near the electrical panel. No gas. No alarm. When we returned to the living room, the odor was strongest in one corner just to the left of the fireplace. That was odd because the chimney itself ran on the other side. We opened windows for a few minutes and the smell faded. The next day, we called a chimney company. I want to make something clear before the story becomes mysterious. We did not treat an unexplained smoke smell as a ghost problem. Smoke means fire until proven otherwise. Fire means you check practical causes first. The chimney technician inspected the flue, firebox, cap, damper, and masonry. He found several maintenance issues, but nothing suggesting an active fire or hidden smolder material. He cleaned the chimney and recommended repairs we had already planned. Could old soot create smell even when the fireplace had not been used? Absolutely. Changes in air pressure could pull chimney odor into the room. That seemed like the answer. We scheduled the repairs. For several weeks, no smoke smell returned. Then it happened again. Same corner. This time the weather was mild, and the fireplace had not been used since the chimney work. The odor was so concentrated that I knelt near the baseboard looking for a vent or gap. Nothing. I removed the outlet cover in that wall after shutting power off. No warning. An electrician checked the circuit the next morning. No heat damage. No loose connection. We inspected the attic above that section. Nothing. A heating contractor checked whether ductwork or the furnace might be carrying odor from another location. Nothing obvious. Every professional gave us some version of the same answer. Old houses hold smells. Wood absorbs smoke. Plaster absorbs smoke. Dust shifts. Humidity changes. Air pressure can draw old odors from wall cavities. That was plausible. The house was nearly 90 years old. It would have seen decades of coal, wood fires, cigarettes, cooking, repairs, paint, and furniture. The corner could contain material saturated with an odor from long before we arrived. We accepted that. Then spring came, windows stayed open, and the smell disappeared. It returned in August. That was the first time weather stopped being an easy explanation. The day was hot and humid. Air conditioning was running. No neighboring house had a fireplace going. We were eating dinner when my son said the room smelled like a campfire. He was right. The smoke odor had returned in the same corner. This time I noticed something else. The smell ended sharply. 2 feet to the left, nothing. 2 feet to the right, faint. Near the baseboard and lower wall, strong. It was almost as if one section of the room had been cut from a building where a fire had occurred and inserted into ours. That comparison later turned out to be uncomfortably close to the truth. We called the fire department's non-emergency number and asked what we should do. They advised checking for heat, electrical problems, carbon monoxide, and hidden combustion. We had detectors. We tested them. We used an infrared thermometer on the wall. Everything appeared normal. Still uneasy, I asked a restoration contractor to inspect the area. He used a moisture meter and thermal camera. He checked the wall cavity through a small opening behind the baseboard. No active problem, but when he removed a small piece of trim, he found black discoloration on the back. Old soot, not new. The wood behind the trim had been painted over, but deeper inside, the framing showed dark staining. There had been a fire in that corner. At some point, the contractor was confident. The damage had been repaired long ago. The wood was dry and structurally sound. Some charred material had been removed, but not every smoke-stained surface had been replaced. He said that was common in older repairs. Once the structure was safe, builders might seal remaining soot with paint or plaster rather than remove every affected board. Under certain conditions, odor could migrate back into the room. There was our practical explanation: a historic fire. We did not know when. That became the next question. The seller's disclosure had not mentioned fire damage, but disclosures usually cover known recent conditions, not every event in a house's entire history. Our inspection had found no structural concern because the repair was old and concealed. We searched permit records. Nothing obvious. Then we searched local newspapers. The address appeared in a short article from 1957. Kitchen fire damages home. The report was only a few paragraphs. A grease fire had started during evening cooking and spread into cabinets and part of an adjacent wall before firefighters contained it. No one was seriously injured. Damage was described as moderate. The family remained elsewhere temporarily while repairs were completed. The article identified the kitchen as the origin. Today, our kitchen is on the other side of the house. That confused us until we found an old floor plan in a real estate archive. Before a renovation in the 1970s, the room we called the living room had been divided differently. The current smoke corner had once been part of the kitchen wall. A later remodel moved the kitchen and opened the old space into the living room. The fire had occurred almost exactly where the smell appeared. That discovery should have ended the mystery. In one sense, it did. We knew why the wall contained soot. We knew why odor might return. The house was not producing smoke from nothing. It was releasing a smell preserved in old material. But knowing the mechanism did not make the experience less strange. A fire had burned there before my parents were adults. The room had been repaired. The kitchen had been moved. Walls changed. Families came and went. Paint covered paint. Furniture stood in different places. And decades later, under the right combination of heat, humidity, pressure, or whatever physical condition we never isolated, the smell returned strongly enough that a child born half a century after the fire could walk into the room and say, "It smells like a campfire." That felt like memory. Not supernatural memory. Material memory. The house did not need a mind to remember. It was remembered chemically. Its plaster remembered in particles. Its hidden surfaces held evidence long after every person who experienced the event had moved away. We became fascinated by that idea. I researched fire restoration practices from the 1950s. Modern smoke remediation uses specialized cleaning, sealants, filtration, and replacement of damaged porous materials. Earlier repairs depended heavily on removing visibly burned sections, scrubbing, repainting, and ventilation. If the structure was sound, smoke-stained lumber might remain sealed inside a wall indefinitely. Humidity can reactivate odor compounds. Temperature changes can release trapped smells. Negative air pressure can pull air from cavities into living spaces. All ordinary physics. The mystery became less about whether the smell was real and more about exactly what combination of conditions released it. I started keeping notes. Date, weather, indoor humidity, outdoor temperature, whether the heating or cooling system was running, windows open or closed, fireplace use. For 2 years, the smell appeared 9 times. There was no perfect pattern. 5 occurrences happened during humid weather. 2 happened during very dry winter conditions. Several happened after rapid temperature changes. One happened on a calm spring day with nothing remarkable about the weather. Sometimes the odor lasted 10 minutes, sometimes several hours. Once it lingered for 2 days. That was the longest. We considered opening the wall and replacing all smoke-affected material. The restoration contractor said we could. It would be expensive and disruptive, but possible. We asked whether leaving it was unsafe. No, based on what he could inspect. The remaining staining represented old damage, not active burning. He recommended sealing accessible areas and monitoring. We did that. The smell became less frequent. It never disappeared entirely. Our children began calling it the old fire. Not the fire smell, the old fire. If one noticed it first, they would say the old fire is back. That phrasing made the event feel almost seasonal, like a draft or a creaking pipe. I worried briefly that we were being too casual, so every time it returned, we still checked. Detectors, outlets, fireplace, kitchen, no sorkuts. A known old smell should never become an excuse to ignore a new fire. That rule mattered. Once, years later, we smelled actual electrical overheating near a different outlet upstairs. Because we had trained ourselves to investigate smoke odors, we found a failing connection before it became a larger problem. The old fire, in a strange way, made us safer. The historical research also led us to the family who lived in the house during the 1957 fire. Their surname was Brennan. The article named the father Thomas Brennan and mentioned that his wife and 2 children were home when the fire began. No names for the children. Through an online genealogy forum, I eventually contacted a woman named Kathleen who believed she had lived in our house as a child. She was 7 when the fire happened. I expected her memory to be vague. It was not. She remembered the kitchen curtains. She remembered her mother shouting for everyone to get outside. She remembered standing in the yard without shoes while a neighbor wrapped a coat around her. She remembered firefighters carrying burned cabinets through the back door. And she remembered the smell afterward. That last part mattered to her most. Even after repairs, she said, the house smelled smoky whenever summer became humid. I read that sentence twice. So the phenomenon had not begun with us. It had existed almost from the time of the fire. Kathleen said her mother kept bowls of vinegar in the room because somebody told her they would absorb odor. Windows stayed open whenever weather allowed. Eventually, the family became accustomed to it. They moved away in the mid-1960s. I asked whether the smell was strongest in one particular area. She described the old pantry wall, our smoke corner. That connection turned an abstract historical event into a memory held by a living person. I sent Kathleen photographs of the room as it looked now. She barely recognized it because the later renovation had changed everything. The wall that once separated kitchen and dining space was gone. Cabinets were gone. Doorways moved. The old pantry did not exist. But when I marked the smoke corner on a floor plan, she knew exactly where it was. That is where the fire climbed the wall, she said. She told me something else. Her father had repaired part of the damage himself after professionals handled the worst structural work. Money was tight. He replaced cabinets and paneling, patched plaster, painted, and tried to make the kitchen normal again as quickly as possible. That may explain why soot remained. The repair was not careless. It was practical, a family restoring a home with the resources they had. Kathleen asked whether the house was okay now. I told her it was. She seemed relieved. For a few minutes, our conversation stopped being about a strange smell and became about continuity. She described where the breakfast table stood. I told her where our sofa stood now. She remembered a window that had later been replaced by a doorway. She remembered her brother hiding toy cars in a floor vent. I checked the remaining old vents afterward and, disappointingly, found no toy cars. She laughed when I told her. Before we ended the call, I asked if the fire had frightened her for a long time. She said yes for a while. Then no. Children adapt. The repaired kitchen became the kitchen again. The smell remained, but eventually it meant the fire was over, not that the fire was happening. That distinction stayed with me. The smell represented aftermath, survival, a house that had burned in one corner and continued being lived in. That changed the emotional shape of the story completely. When the old fire returned after that, I sometimes imagine Kathleen's family coming home after repairs. Fresh paint, new cabinets, a patched wall. Parents trying to make ordinary dinner in a room that still smelled faintly of what happened. The odor was not an omen. It was evidence that the worst part had already passed. Years later, we renovated the living room again. This time we decided to open the smoke corner properly. We wanted insulation improved and wiring updated, so the wall was coming apart anyway. Behind a modern drywall was older plaster. Behind that, sections of lath and framing darkened by smoke. Some which showed shallow charring. Nothing structurally alarming after all those decades, but the fire's path was visible. The contractor removed material that could safely be replaced. Other old framing remained because it was sound and integral to the structure. Before closing the wall, I took photographs. Not for a ghost story, for the house file. I wanted future owners to know. We wrote a short note explaining the 1957 fire, the location of remaining staining, the inspections we had completed, and the repairs made. A copy went with our renovation records. Another copy, sealed in a plastic sleeve, was placed inside the wall. That may sound strange after all these stories about hidden notes and lost documentation, but that was exactly why we did it. We wanted the next person who opened the wall to understand what they were seeing. No mystery necessary. This blackened wood is old. This fire happened long ago. The structure was inspected. Here is the date. Here is what we know. Maybe one day someone will find that note and appreciate not having to search newspaper archives. After the renovation, the smoke smell nearly vanished. Nearly. For more than a year, nothing. Then one evening in late summer, I was alone in the living room reading. The windows were closed because rain had started. I smelled smoke. Very faint. I stood and walked toward the old corner. The odor was there, weaker than before, but unmistakable. I checked the house as always. Everything's safe. No alarm. No heat. No problem. I sat back down. The smell remained for perhaps 15 minutes and faded. At that point, after years of investigation, after replacing materials, sealing surfaces, speaking to former residents, and documenting repairs, I could have been frustrated. Instead, I felt almost grateful. Not because I wanted the house to be haunted. I did not think it was. I was grateful because the smell had connected two families who otherwise would never have spoken. A 7-year-old girl standing barefoot outside in 1957. My own children noticing a campfire smell generations later. The same wall between them. Old houses do that. They make time feel layered rather than linear. You paint a room and cover somebody else's color. You remove a cabinet and find a child's drawing behind it. You repair a floor and discover a newspaper used as underlayment. You smell smoke and learn that a family once stood outside watching firefighters save the place where you now fall asleep on the sofa. Nothing supernatural is required for the past to feel present. Materials survive. Odors survive. Habits survive. Names in newspapers survive. Sometimes people survive long enough to tell you exactly what happened. Kathleen sent us a Christmas card the year after our conversation. Inside, she wrote that she was happy the old house was still being cared for. She included a photocopy of a family photograph taken in the front yard before the fire. For people standing near the porch, behind them, the house looked younger but unmistakable. I framed a copy and kept it with our property records rather than displaying it publicly. It felt personal. When we eventually sold the house, we gave the new owners a binder. Permits, receipts, paint colors, appliance manuals, chimney records, electrical work, and a section labeled 1957 Kitchen Fire. They read it at the dining table while we explained the occasional smoke odor. The new owner asked the same question we had asked years earlier. Is it dangerous? We showed them the inspection reports. No known active hazard. Then we told them our rule. If you smell smoke, check anyway. Old history does not cancel present safety. They agreed. A few months after they moved in, I received a message. The old fire visited, the new owner wrote. Everything checked. House is fine. I smiled at the phrase. The old fire visited. By then, it had become part of the home's vocabulary, passed from one family to another. Not a haunting, a maintenance note with a story attached. I sometimes wonder whether the smell will ever disappear completely. Maybe future renovations will remove the last smoke-bearing material. Maybe improved ventilation will prevent air from moving through those cavities. Maybe one year will simply be the last year it happens. That'll be fine. A house is allowed to stop remembering in ways people can detect. And if it continues, that is fine too, as long as the people living there remain careful. There is something almost peaceful about a scar that occasionally reminds you it exists. A scar is not the wound repeating. It is proof that repair happened. So the next time you catch an old smell in an old room, do not immediately turn it into a story about something standing beside you. Open a window. Check the outlets. Check the fireplace. Check the furnace. Call someone qualified if you are unsure. Then, when everything is safe, you can wonder where the smell came from. Maybe the answer will be hidden in a wall. Maybe it will be in a newspaper from 70 years ago. Maybe someone who lived there as a child will remember. And maybe the house will become less frightening once you know that what you are smelling is not a fire beginning. It is a fire that ended a very long time ago. Let that corner cool now. Let the smoke thin until there is only rain. There is one final house tonight. This one does not hide a basement. It does not change its number. It does not light empty rooms. It does not ring from across the street. It simply waits. Or at least that is what an old woman believed when she walked through her childhood front door for the first time in nearly 70 years. My grandmother was 18 the last time she walked out of that house, believing she still lived there. She returned when she was 87. Between those two moments was almost an entire lifetime. Marriage, children, work, 2 cities, 1 move across the country, the death of my grandfather, grandchildren, illnesses survived, friends lost, birthdays that seemed to arrive faster every year. 1,000 ordinary changes that gradually turned the town where she grew up into a place she spoke about in the past tense. The house stayed in her stories, though, not constantly. She was not sentimental in the obvious way. She did not keep boxes of childhood belongings or spend hours describing how things used to be. If anything, she had a talent for accepting that time, moved forward, and expecting everyone around her to do the same. But certain details returned. The front steps warmed by afternoon sun, a narrow pantry where her mother stored flour in a metal bin, the sound rain made on a small roof outside her bedroom window, a lilac bush near the side fence, a loose brass knob on the door to the upstairs hall closet, the dining room window that looked blue in winter because the light reflected from snow. She remembered these things with the precision people reserve for places learned before they learned to drive. The house had been built in the first decade of the 20th century, though nobody in our family knew the exact year. It stood on a residential street in a small town that had once grown around a railroad and later survived by becoming a commuter town for a larger city. My grandmother's parents bought it when she was a baby. She knew no earlier home. Her father repaired watches and clocks in a small shop downtown. Her mother took in sewing. They were not wealthy, but by my grandmother's account, the house always felt full. She had 2 brothers. One slept in the attic room during summers because the upstairs bedrooms became too warm. The other kept a collection of smooth stones on the back porch, arranged by color. My grandmother had a room facing the side yard. The rain roof, she remembered, was actually the metal top of a small bay window below. At night, droplets tapped against it in a rhythm she could hear from bed. She told me once that she had not needed a radio to fall asleep as a child. She had rain and the occasional freight train. At 18, she left for nursing school. Her parents remained in the house for several years, then sold it after her father became ill. By then, my grandmother was working in another state. She never returned before the sale. That fact bothered her only much later. At the time, she assumed she would see the house again. People make that assumption constantly about places. We leave a school, an apartment, a workplace, a relative's home, and somewhere in the mind we leave the door unlocked. Not literally. We simply imagine the place continuing in a form we could revisit if we chose. Years pass. The building is remodeled. Someone else moves in. The neighborhood changes. The people who connected us to it die. Then, one day, we realize returning would require permission from strangers. My grandmother's hometown became that kind of place. She visited relatives nearby a few times in her 30s, but schedules were tight and the house was not on the route. Later, she lived too far away. Then there were children to raise, jobs, health, money, and all the usual reasons a small detour becomes a delay measured in decades. Eventually, almost everyone she knew there was gone. The family reunion happened because one of her cousins turned 90. By then, the extended family had scattered across several states. Somebody decided that if they kept postponing a gathering until it was convenient, it would never happen. So a date was chosen. My mother planned to drive my grandmother. I went too. The trip took most of a day. My grandmother complained about the car's air conditioning, then complained when we turned it down. She refused to use the travel pillow we bought her, and then slept against it for an hour. She corrected our memory of family names whenever we discussed who would be at the reunion. She seemed entirely herself. As we approached the town, she became quiet. The highway exit had changed. A shopping center occupied what she remembered as open land. The old railroad station had been converted into restaurants and offices. Streets widened. A school had moved. A church remained where she expected it, though an addition changed the shape. She recognized the courthouse immediately. There, she said. That building looked exactly the same. It did not, really. The windows had been replaced. The steps were newer. Trees obscured part of the facade, but the clock tower remained. That was enough. We spent 2 days at the reunion. My grandmother was happy, but tired afterward. On the final morning, before driving home, she asked if we could go past her old street. Not inside the house, she said. Just past it. She was not sure the house still existed. For all she knew, it had been demolished decades earlier. My mother found a street on her phone. It was 12 minutes away. The closer we got, the more my grandmother began giving directions as though the intervening 70 years had collapsed. Turn here. There used to be a bakery on that corner. The next block had a doctor who kept a parrot in his waiting room. That big tree was not there. Slow down. We reached the street. She leaned forward in the passenger seat. Most houses had changed. Porches enclosed. Siding replaced. Garages added. One lot held a newer building where she remembered a friend's home. Then she pointed. There. The house was still standing. I knew immediately which one because I'd seen one black and white photograph from my grandmother's childhood. 2 stories. Steep roof. Narrow porch wrapping partly around the front. The exterior color had changed. A dormer had been added upstairs. The porch railing was different, but the shape was unmistakable. My mother pulled to the curb across the street. My grandmother did not speak for a while. She looked at the upper windows first, then the porch, then the side yard. The lilac bush was gone. Of course it was. A shrub rarely survives 70 years unchanged. There was a maple tree where she remembered open lawn. The old front walk remained. Those sections had been replaced. I asked what she thought. Smaller, she said. That is what everyone says about childhood places. Then she smiled. But yes, that is it. We could have driven away then. That had been the plan. But while we sat there, a man came out of the house carrying a cardboard box to her car in the driveway. He noticed us looking. We immediately felt suspicious, like strangers parked outside somebody's home for no reason. My mother rolled down the window and apologized. She explained that her mother had grown up in the house and had not seen it in almost 70 years. The man put the box down. "Your mother grew up here?" My grandmother raised a hand from the passenger seat. "A little while ago," she said. He laughed. His name was Daniel. He and his wife had owned the house for 9 years. They were preparing for a weekend trip, which explained the box. He asked what years my grandmother had lived there. When she told him, his expression changed from polite curiosity to genuine interest. "We have always wanted to know more about the early families," he said. He called his wife, Megan, outside. Within minutes, the four of us were standing at the curb while my grandmother pointed out changes. The porch used to have a swing. There was once a small side door near the kitchen. The attic window had been replaced. Daniel asked if she would like to come inside. My grandmother immediately said no. Not because she did not want to, because she did not want to intrude. "We are strangers," she said. Megan told her they would genuinely love to show her the place. They had found old objects and walls during renovation and had always wondered about previous owners. My grandmother looked at my mother. My mother looked at me. I said nothing because I knew this was not my decision. Finally, my grandmother said, "Just for a minute." We crossed the street. She climbed the porch steps slowly, using the railing. At the top, she stopped. The front door was not original. She noticed that immediately. "Ours had glass at the top," she said. Megan unlocked the door. My grandmother stepped inside. Her face changed. I have tried to describe that expression many times and never quite succeeded. It was not surprise, not exactly happiness. It was recognition before thought. The kind of response you have when a familiar voice speaks behind you and your body knows who it is before you turn around. The entry hall had been repainted, the floor refinished. A modern light fixture hung overhead, but the staircase remained. My grandmother put one hand on the banister. "This is the same," she said. She rubbed her thumb along the wood. Daniel asked if she was sure it had not been replaced. She pointed to a shallow dent beneath the rail near the third spindle. My brother did that with a toy wagon. We all looked. There was a dent. Small. Impossible to verify. But my grandmother smiled as though she had just received confirmation from the house itself. They led us into the living room. Walls had been opened between spaces, making the first floor brighter than she remembered. The fireplace remained, though its surround had changed. She stood in front of it and said the Christmas tree used to go on the left. Megan said that was exactly where they put theirs because it fit best near the window. My grandmother approved. The dining room had become part of a larger kitchen. That transformation confused her. She walked several steps, stopped, and tried to reconstruct walls that no longer existed. "The pantry," she said. "There was a pantry here." Daniel showed her a narrow section of original trim they had preserved during renovation. Behind it, they had found layers of old wallpaper. My grandmother touched the edge of one exposed fragment. Tiny faded flowers. She stared. My mother asked if she recognized it. No, she said at first. Then she leaned closer. Maybe. She described a yellow wallpaper with little green leaves from when she was very young. The fragment was too faded to confirm colors. Still, she stood there longer than anywhere else on the first floor. The back porch had been enclosed decades earlier. Her mother's sewing area was gone. The yard looked different through newer windows. The pear tree she remembered had disappeared. Daniel apologized for the changes as though he had personally altered her childhood. My grandmother laughed. "A house has to belong to the people living in it," she said. That line mattered later. She was not looking for a museum. She understood that the house had continued without her. Upstairs, she moved more slowly. Megan offered to bring a chair, but my grandmother wanted to keep going. At the top of the stairs, she turned left without anyone directing her. The hallway layout was mostly original. She paused at the closet. The door had been replaced. She reached for the knob anyway. "Not brass," she said. Then she smiled because she had remembered the loose brass knob from childhood. The current one was porcelain. Daniel said they had a box of old hardware in the basement, left by a previous owner. He offered to look later for a brass knob. My grandmother said not to bother. Her old bedroom was now an office. A desk sat under the window. Bookshelves covered one wall. The paint was pale gray. She entered and immediately looked down toward the bay window roof below. Rain roof, she said. It had been replaced with modern metal, but remained in the same position. She stood at the window. No rain that day. Bright summer light filled the side yard. She said, I could hear every storm on that thing. Megan asked whether it had kept her awake. No, it put me to sleep. My grandmother sat in the office chair. For several minutes, conversation became quiet. She looked around the room without narrating. I wonder what she was seeing. Not the gray walls, perhaps. A childhood bed, a dresser, school books, a winter coat hanging from hook, her mother standing in the doorway, things invisible to everyone else. I felt suddenly aware that we were witnessing something private, even though we had brought her there. Megan seemed to sense it too. She asked gently if my grandmother wanted a few minutes. My grandmother said no. Then, after a pause, yes. We stepped into the hall. The door remained open. She sat alone in her childhood room for perhaps 5 minutes. When she came out, her eyes were wet, but she was not crying. She said she was ready to go. Before leaving, Daniel remembered the old hardware box. He brought it up from the basement. It contained mismatched hinges, knobs, screws, latches, and other pieces saved from renovations. My grandmother sorted through them with no expectation. Near the bottom was a tarnished brass doorknob. She froze. This was it, she said. We all became very still. Daniel asked how she could know. She turned it over. One side had a narrow scratch across the base. My father tried to tighten it with the wrong tool, she said. Slipped and marked it. Again, there was no way for us to prove the knob had belonged to that closet during her childhood. Old hardware gets reused. Memory changes. A scratch can invite a story. But the knob had come from the house. It was the correct age and style. And my grandmother held it as if she had recognized an old acquaintance. Daniel offered it to her. She refused. It belongs to the house, she said. Megan said the house had plenty of knobs. My grandmother still refused. Put it back somewhere, she said. Maybe the next person will wonder about it. That made everyone laugh. At the front door, she thanked them repeatedly. Daniel thanked her for coming inside. He said the house felt more complete now that they knew something about a family who had lived there before. My grandmother stood on the porch one last time. The afternoon light had shifted. A breeze moved leaves on the maple tree. She looked down the street. Then she said something I did not fully understand until later. It waited well. My mother asked what she meant. The house, my grandmother said. It waited well. We assumed she meant it had been preserved, that despite renovations, enough remained for her to recognize it. We drove away. At lunch, she said very little about the visit. She was tired. That evening at the hotel, I sat with her while my mother packed. That was when she explained. It did not feel like visiting, she said. What did it feel like? Like coming back late. She smiled when she said it, but not jokingly. I asked if the house felt familiar. More than familiar. She searched for words. You know when you walk into a room where someone has been waiting for you, and they look up before you say anything? Like that. The house looked up. That made her laugh. No, houses do not look up. Then she became thoughtful again. But it knew me. I did not challenge her. My grandmother was practical all her life. She had worked in hospitals. She trusted thermometers, schedules, medications, and clear instructions. She was not prone to describing places as conscious. Maybe age made metaphor easier. Maybe returning to a childhood home activated memory so strongly that recognition felt reciprocal. Neuroscience can explain much of that experience. Familiar spatial layouts engage memory in powerful ways. Smells, textures, and visual cues retrieve episodes we thought forgotten. The body predicts turns in a hallway before conscious thought catches up. A hand reaches toward the location of a switch that has not been there for 50 years. A place can feel as though it recognizes you because you still recognize it below the level of language. That explanation is beautiful enough on its own. But my grandmother insisted on her phrasing. It knew exactly who I was the second I walked through that door. Then she added, "Isn't that a strange thing to feel about a house?" She smiled. I think it was waiting to see what became of me. We went home the next day. For several weeks, the visit became one more family story. My mother sent Daniel and Megan copies of old photographs from my grandmother's albums. They sent back images of the same angles now. One pair showed my grandmother as a child standing on the porch steps beside her brothers. The modern image showed the empty steps under the current railing. Another showed her father beside a side window, no longer present. Daniel marked its former location on the renovated wall. The exchange continued for a while. My grandmother enjoyed it, but did not become obsessive. She did not ask to return. She said once was enough. That autumn, her health declined. Nothing sudden or dramatic. She had been 87. Several chronic problems that had been manageable became harder to manage together. She spent more time resting. Hospital visits increased. She moved temporarily into my mother's home, then into a care facility closer to medical support. She remained mentally clear. One afternoon, I visited and found the photograph of her childhood house on the table beside her bed. Not the old black and white one. A new photograph Daniel and Megan had mailed after we visited. The house in late summer. Green trees. Warm porch light. No people. I asked why she kept it there. "Makes me sleepy," she said. "Why?" "Rain roof." There was no rain in the picture, but she could hear it in memory. She described lying in bed as a child while storms moved over the town. Her brothers asleep in other rooms. Her parents downstairs. The roof below her window ticking softly under rain. She said she used to imagine the house floating like a ship at night. Every room dark except the kitchen where her mother sometimes left a small lamp. She had not told me that story before. Memory had opened after the visit. More details returned. She remembered the smell of ironing, the pattern on a cereal bowl, a neighbor who whistled every morning, the sound of her father winding the tall clock in the hallway on Sundays. She remembered being sick with influenza and seeing frost on the bedroom window. She remembered leaving for nursing school with one suitcase and being angry because her mother cried at the station. She remembered thinking she would be back at Christmas. She was. But after that, visits became shorter. Then the family sold the house. A place that once seemed permanent became someone else's property almost without ceremony. I asked whether she regretted leaving. No. Her answer was immediate. If I stayed, she said, I would not have met your grandfather. Then she pointed at me, and you would not be here bothering me. So no, she did not romanticize the path not taken. That was important. The house represented origin, not a life she wished she had lived instead. She had wanted to leave at 18. She had wanted training, work, independence, and a world larger than her town. The fact that she loved returning did not mean leaving had been a mistake. Those truths fit together easily for her. Several months after the reunion, she developed an infection and was hospitalized. She improved enough to return to care, then weakened again. We knew time was becoming short. On one of my final visits, she was drowsy but awake. The house photograph still sat nearby. I asked if she remembered what she said about it waiting. Of course, she said. Do you still think that? She looked annoyed by the question. Why would it stop now? I laughed. She closed her eyes. After a while, she said, places wait differently than people. I asked what that meant. She did not answer immediately. People get impatient, she said. Houses just stand there. That may be the most accurate supernatural statement I have ever heard. A house does not need consciousness to wait. It waits by remaining. Boards hold their position. Stairs stay where they were built. A banister collects new hands while preserving the dent from an old toy wagon. A metal roof is replaced, but rain still strikes the same area below the same bedroom window. Wallpaper disappears except for a fragment behind trim. A loose knob is removed and dropped into a box where it survives long enough for the person who remembers it to hold it again. No intention required, just persistence. My grandmother died peacefully not long after that. There was no dramatic final statement about the house. No last-minute vision. No clock stopping at the exact moment. She slept more during her final day. My mother was with her. Her breathing slowed, then stopped. Simple, quiet. She had lived almost 70 years after leaving the house. Her return occupied only one afternoon near the end of that life. Yet our family spoke about it constantly after she died. Maybe because the timing gave the visit a shape we could not ignore. She went back. She walked through the rooms. She sat by the window where she used to sleep. She recognized the banister. She held the old brass knob. Then, within months, she was gone. It felt like a closing circle. I am careful with that kind of interpretation. Lives are not novels. Events do not arrange themselves for our emotional satisfaction. If the reunion had happened a year later, she might not have been able to travel. If it had happened 10 years earlier, the visit might have felt less significant. Timing created meaning because we looked backward after her death. Still, the meaning was real to us. Daniel and Megan sent flowers to the funeral. Their card said, "From the family taking care of your first home." My mother cried when she read it. A few weeks later, we mailed them another envelope of photographs and a short history my grandmother had dictated during her final months. Names of rooms, approximate dates of renovations her father had done, stories about the porch, the location of a small patch in the attic floor where one brother had stepped through plaster as a teenager. Daniel wrote back that the patch was still visible. That detail delighted us. Then he mentioned the hallway clock. They had never known one stood there, but when renovating years earlier, they found 4 small holes in the trim and a darker rectangle on the wall where something tall had once blocked sunlight. My grandmother's father wound the clock every Sunday. The clock itself was long gone. Its shadow remained. That is how the house remembered her family. Not with voices, not with apparitions, with wear, with dents, with holes, with a dark rectangle where a clock stood, with a piece of wallpaper on her newer layers, with a doorknob saved in a box for no particular reason. Ordinary physical evidence can be more moving than any ghost. About a year after my grandmother died, I visited the town again for work. I had not planned to see the house. Then, on the final afternoon, I found myself driving toward the old street. I texted Daniel first. I did not want to become the stranger sitting outside somebody's home. He invited me over for coffee. The house looked different in autumn. Leaves covered the front walk. The porch light was on because the day had become overcast. Inside, the rooms felt familiar to me now too, though I'd spent less than an hour there before. That is how quickly places can attach themselves to a story. Daniel showed me the hardware box. The brass knob was still inside. He had labeled a small paper tag with my grandmother's name and tied it loosely to the stem. I found that unexpectedly emotional. She had refused to take it because she believed it belonged to the house. Now the house had her name attached to it anyway. Daniel asked if I wanted the knob. I said no. He smiled. That is exactly what she said. We put it back. Upstairs, I stood in the former bedroom. It was still an office. Rain had begun. For the first time, I heard the metal roof below the window. Soft tapping, uneven but steady. My grandmother had described that sound so many times that I recognized it immediately despite never having heard it before. I sat in the same chair she had used during her visit. The room did not feel haunted. I did not sense her presence. Nothing moved. No voice came through the rain. And I am glad. A dramatic sign would almost have cheapened it. The sound was enough. Rain on metal. The same basic sound she heard as a child. The roofing material was newer. The window replaced. The walls painted differently, but the geometry still created a little instrument beneath the glass. I understood why it made her sleepy. The noise was gentle and repetitive. I closed my eyes. For a few moments, time became difficult to picture. Was the room old because the house was old? Or young because every night inside it was new to whoever slept there? My grandmother had been a child there once. Then a visitor at 87. Now she was gone and rain continued without needing to know any of that. When I opened my eyes, nothing had changed. That steadiness made her phrase return. It waited well. I think I understand what she meant now. The house did not wait specifically for her. It did something more ordinary and, in a way, more generous. It continued existing long enough for return to remain possible. Not every childhood home does. Some burn. Some are demolished. Some become parking lots, offices, highways, empty land. Some survive, but change beyond recognition. Hers stayed recognizable enough that her body knew the staircase. That was the gift. She could test memory against wood. The memory did not need to be perfect. The wood did not need to be unchanged. They only needed to overlap for an afternoon. That is why I believe her when she said the house knew her. Not literally. I do not think walls identify people. But recognition can feel mutual when a place gives back details you thought existed only inside you. A dent where you remember a wagon hitting. A rain sound where you remember sleeping. A doorknob where you remember a scratch. The world answers memory with physical evidence. For a moment, it feels like the past has recognized you too. Maybe that feeling is what people sometimes call haunting when it frightens them. And maybe when it does not frighten them, they call it home. Daniel and Megan have since sold the house. Before moving, they contacted our family and asked whether we wanted anything connected to my grandmother. They offered the brass knob again. This time my mother accepted. We debated it because my grandmother had been clear that it belonged to the house. But the new buyers planned substantial renovations, and there was no guarantee the hardware box would remain. My mother decided preserving the knob was closer to my grandmother's intention than letting it be discarded. It now sits in a small wooden box with her photographs. No plaqué, no grand display, just a tarnished piece of hardware heavy in the hand. I have turned it over many times. There's indeed a scratch at the base. Whether her father made it exactly as she remembered, I cannot prove. It does not matter. The object carried recognition between an 87-year-old woman and the place she left at 18. That is enough history for one doorknob. The new owners have children. I know that only because Daniel forwarded one message after the sale. The family appreciated the house history he gave them. They planned to keep several original features, including the staircase and some trim. One of the children would use the room that had been my grandmother's. When I heard that, I imagined rain on the metal roof again. Maybe the child will notice it. Maybe not. Maybe they will sleep through storms without attaching any importance to the sound. Then, decades from now, perhaps they will remember it suddenly in another city. That is how houses travel without moving. People carry pieces of them away. A sound, a smell, a doorway, the exact shape of afternoon light on stairs. Years later, those pieces return unexpectedly. A hotel room has a similar window. Rain hits metal. A certain floorboard creaks. For 1 second, a person is 8 years old again. The house has reached them through memory. My grandmother would probably say the house was checking in. I would tell her that is too sentimental. She would tell me I am annoying. I missed that argument. Of all 8 houses tonight, This is the only one I think of without any desire to explain something away. There is nothing to explain. A woman returned to her childhood home after nearly 70 years. The owners kindly let her inside. She recognized more than she expected. The experience made her feel as though the house had been waiting. She died peacefully a few months later. Those facts are enough. Everything else is interpretation. And interpretation is allowed to be gentle. We spend so much time treating old houses as containers for frightening possibilities. What happened in the attic? Who walked the hallway? Why was the room sealed? What is under the floor? But old houses contain returns too. A person can walk back into one and find that not everything was lost. That can be unsettling because it reminds us how much time passed. It can also be comforting. The staircase stayed. The rain stayed in its way. The house belonged to other people and still had room for her memory. When she said it waited, she did not mean it remained frozen. She specifically said a house has to belong to the people living in it. That may be why the visit felt so complete. She did not need the rooms restored to 1940. She only needed enough continuity to recognize the path through them. I think about that often now. A home is not preserved by preventing change. It is preserved when change leaves enough of the underlying shape for stories to attach. A banister survives a renovation. A scratch survives polishing. A roof keeps making rain audible. A doorknob ends up in a box instead of a dumpster. Small mercies. Nothing supernatural. Still powerful. If you're listening in a place you have lived for years, there may already be details you no longer notice that you would miss immediately if they disappeared. The click of a latch. The refrigerator turning on at night. The way hallway light reaches under a bedroom door. A neighbor's steps overhead. The exact shadow a window frame makes in morning sun. One day, those may become the details that make a memory feel like a room you can enter. You do not need to hold on to them deliberately. Your mind is already choosing. It always has. My grandmother did not spend 70 years memorizing the rain roof. She simply heard it enough as a child that the sound became part of what safety felt like. Then, near the end of her life, she returned and found the structure still there. Maybe that is why she believed the house recognized her. It gave back something she had carried away without realizing it. So let this final house remain peaceful. No figure at the window. No movement in the hallway. The current family is asleep. Rain touches the small metal roof beneath an upstairs room. The porch is dark except for one warm light. Somewhere inside, a staircase holds decades of hands in its polished wood. The brass knob is gone now, kept safely with photographs, but the doorway remains. The house does not need to wait for anyone tonight. It has already done enough waiting. And if my grandmother was right in the quiet way she meant it, then perhaps a house does not mind how long a person stays away. It has no calendar, no impatience. It simply stands where it stands, changing slowly, sheltering whoever comes next. If someone returns after 70 years, the door can still open. That is all. The rain can carry us out of this house now. 8 houses, 8 different ways a place can keep something after the people who first knew it have moved on. That is the 5th volume. 8 houses, 8 ways of remembering the people who lived in them. Not all of them remembered in the same way. The first had an empty lot across the street and a doorbell that rang when nobody stood on the porch. The second carried a room that paperwork insisted should not exist. The third kept receiving flowers on a mound nobody could officially call a grave. Another seemed to change its own address only when photographed after dark. One performed an evening routine with its lights while it stood vacant. One had a basement below a kitchen floor. Another held smoke in old timber long after the fire itself was gone. And the last one simply remained standing long enough for a woman to come home after nearly 70 years. You do not need to carry all 8 with you. If one image stayed in your mind, let it be a quiet one. Rain on the roof below an upstairs window. Pink carnations beneath a pear tree. A warm porch light across a dark street. A book open in a room omitted from a blueprint. A kitchen light turning off in a house that finally has people sleeping upstairs. Nothing in these stories needs to follow you into your own room tonight. That is one of the useful things about stories. They can feel close while you listen and still remain where they belong when they end. You are where you are. The walls around you are your walls. The sound around you have their own ordinary causes. The rain, if you can hear it, is only rain. The building settling is only a building settling. A pipe is a pipe. A refrigerator clicks on because a thermostat told it to. A car passes outside and its headlights slide briefly across a ceiling. There is no empty house turning on lights for you. No old doorway waiting to open. No porch bell asking to be answered. You can let all of that stay inside the tapes. I said something at the beginning tonight that I have avoided saying for a long time. I told you I collect these stories for more than one reason. I told you I'm listening for something. Someone maybe. I've been thinking about whether I should have said even that much. Usually, when I finish recording, I leave the microphone running for a few seconds before I stop. You have probably never noticed. Those seconds get cut from most tapes. In the room, though, I sit there with the headphones on and listen to the silence that comes after the final sentence. It is not really silence. There is always something. The low electrical noise of equipment. A building shifting around its frame. Traffic beyond the window, if it is late enough for the street to be quiet. My own breathing, louder in the headphones than it seems in the room. Sometimes rain. Tonight, rain. For years, that little space after a recording was the moment when I returned to ordinary life. The tape ended. The story belonged to the archive. I could label it, note the date, place it with the others, and move on. Lately, I've been sitting in that silence longer. Not because I expect a voice to appear after the recording is over. Nothing so dramatic. I think it is because the archive has become large enough that finishing one story no longer feels like finishing anything. Each tape connects backward. A phrase reminds me of another phrase. A sound described by someone in one state resembles a sound described years earlier somewhere else. An old house has a hidden room. Another house has a hidden basement. A person says a place remembered them. Someone else uses almost the same words without having heard the first tape. Most of those connections are ordinary. Human beings reuse language. Old buildings develop similar problems. People frightened at night notice the same categories of things because there are only so many things a house can do. Doors open. Floors creak. Lights fail. Pipes knock. Smells return. Memories attach themselves to rooms. A large archive will naturally contain repetition. I know that. I remind myself of it often. But there are other connections I have not explained to you yet. Small ones. Not enough to prove anything. Enough to keep me listening. That is where the archivist part of this begins, I suppose. I have never called myself that out loud on these recordings. Other people have. Some of the envelopes arrive addressed to the archive rather than to me. A few say for the archivist. The first time I saw that written on a package, I almost returned it because I disliked how theatrical it sounded. Then more appeared. I stopped correcting it. A name can become a job if people use it long enough. Archivist. Someone who keeps things. Someone who decides what gets labeled and what gets lost. Someone who listens after everyone else has stopped talking. I'm not sure I deserve the title, but I understand why it's stuck. There are shelves in this room you have never seen. Boxes too. Some are organized better than others. I wish I could tell you every tape is cataloged perfectly, every date verified, every location cross-referenced. That would be reassuring. The truth is more human. Some labels are handwritten because I ran out of printed ones. Some envelopes contain notes I have not fully transcribed. Some recordings were copied from older formats and carry more hiss than voice. A few have no names attached. One box is marked unsorted, even though I have opened it dozens of times. Another is marked return to sender, though I never did. There are things in the archive that have waited because I was not ready to decide what they were. That may sound strange after 8 stories about houses preserving old traces. An archive is not so different from a house. It gathers layers. The person keeping it knows where things are until one day they do not. A box gets placed behind another box. A note slips between folders. A recording is labeled with a date that later turns out to be wrong. Someone moves away. Someone dies. The explanation for a small detail disappears, while the detail itself remains. Then, years later, you find it again and discover that the thing you thought was incomplete was waiting for another piece. I have had that happen, more than once. That is all I am going to say about it tonight. I can hear some of you objecting already, even though of course I cannot actually hear you. You want to rest now? Who are you looking for? What connection did you find? Why did you start collecting these tapes in the first place? Was there one story before all the others? Was there one house? One voice? One night? Those are fair questions. I am not ready to answer them in a single recording. Partly because I do not know how much of the answer is fact, and how much is a shape I created by staring at the archive for too long. That distinction matters to me. If I tell you something as though it is true, I want to know why I believe it. I have listened to too many stories where certainty arrived before evidence. A person hears 3 knocks and decides who made them. A family finds a sealed room and invents a tragedy to explain it. A photograph contains an artifact and becomes a prophecy. Sometimes the mystery is real and the explanation is wrong. Sometimes the explanation is ordinary and the mystery is created by the telling. I do not want to make that mistake with my own story, so I will tell it slowly, a little at a time. Not because I'm trying to keep you hanging from one tape to the next, because that is the only way I trust myself to tell it. Tonight, it is enough that you know there's a reason I listen twice to certain recordings. There's a reason I preserve background noise other people might remove. There's a reason some notes in my files are written in a different color ink. There's a reason I still open envelopes from addresses I recognize before I open everything else. There is a reason every now and then I stop a tape in the middle of an ordinary sentence and start again from the beginning. I'm listening for someone. Maybe that is too simple a way to say it. Maybe I'm listening for proof that someone passed through these stories. That is closer. Do not build too much around the word proof yet. Proof can mean a lot of things when you're working with memory. A repeated phrase is not proof. A similar sound is not proof. 2 dates aligning is not proof. A name appearing twice is not proof. I know. I have written those reminders to myself often enough that I could recite them without looking. Still, I keep the tapes, and I keep listening. There are nights when I think the search itself has become an old habit detached from its original purpose. You can do something long enough that stopping feels stranger than continuing. A person checks the same mailbox every day, even after the letters stop coming. A family leaves flowers on a mound after the name has been forgotten. A house turns on lights in an empty room because, if you like the poetic version, that is what evenings are for. Maybe I listen because listening is what I do now. Then a new tape arrives and contains one small detail I was not expecting. And the habit becomes a question again. That happened recently. No, I'm not going to tell you which tape. Not tonight. I'm only telling you because it is part of why I decided to speak at the beginning of this season. For a long time, I thought I could keep the archive separate from myself. That was cleaner, better for the stories. You did not need to know who was pressing play. You only needed the voice, the rain, and enough darkness to let the stories unfold. Maybe that separation was never real. The person choosing which tapes to play becomes part of the archive, whether they admit it or not. Selection is a kind of authorship. Order creates meaning. A story placed beside another story changes how both are heard. I know that too. So if you notice connections this season, be careful with them. I will try to be careful too. Not every echo is a signal. Not every repeated word belongs to the same speaker. Not every old house is part of a larger story. Most are only old houses. That is enough. The houses tonight did not need a single explanation tying them together. They were about memory in different forms. That theme was deliberate. A doorbell across from an empty lot raises the question of social memory. A missing room raises the question of recorded memory. Flowers on an unmarked mound are ritual memory. A changing number in photographs is unreliable visual memory. Lights repeating an evening routine are habitual memory. A sealed basement is architectural memory buried beneath later decisions. Smoke in a wall is material memory. A grandmother returning home is personal memory meeting a place that survived long enough to answer it. I chose these 8 together because they all circle the same idea. What remains when the reason is gone? That question sits underneath more of this archive than I realized when I began collecting. A tape remains after a voice is gone. A note remains after the hand that wrote it stops writing. A house remains after a family leaves. A ritual remains after the name is forgotten. A habit remains after the person no longer remembers why it began. And sometimes a search remains after the person searching can no longer say with confidence what finding the answer would change. That last one is mine. I know what I would like to find. I am less sure what I expect to happen if I find it. There is a difference. Maybe that is another reason I have delayed talking about it. A private search can remain perfect because nobody asks practical questions. How will you know? What would count? What if the answer is ordinary? What if the person you're looking for does not want to be found? What if you have already heard what you needed and failed to recognize it? What if you build an archive around an absence because the absence gave you something to do? Those questions are harder than any ghost story. They do not have atmosphere to protect them. No rain can make them prettier. Still, tonight I have rain, so I may as well use it. Listen to it for a moment, not for a hidden message. Do not do that. Rain is full of accidental rhythms. If you listen for words, your mind will provide them. Just hear the texture. Thousands of separate impacts becoming one continuous sound. That is an archive too, in a way. Individual drops disappear into a pattern. You cannot follow everyone. You do not need to. The whole sound is enough. Your breathing can slow without instruction now. Maybe it already has. If you are still awake, there is nowhere else you need to go in this recording. No ninth house waits behind the next sentence. No final scare is coming. I do not believe in punishing people for staying until the end. The door is locked if you locked it. The windows are closed if you closed them. Your room is exactly as it was before the first story began. If you left the light on in another room, that light is still there because you left it on. If a device blinks, it is doing what devices do. If a floorboard settles, it has probably settled 1,000 times before. The stories are over. The rest is only descent. A slower section of the night. The point where the tape no longer needs your full attention. I can keep talking for a while without asking you to remember anything. That is one of the advantages of listening at night. Not every sentence needs to be collected. Some can pass through. You can miss a paragraph. You can lose track of where we are. You can wake briefly and hear my voice without knowing which house I'm talking about, because I am not talking about any of them anymore. You are allowed to stop following. I will continue on my side of the microphone. Think of the archive room after everything is put away, not as something frightening. A practical room. Shelves. Boxes. A desk. A lamp angled toward paper. Headphones resting beside a machine. labels stacked in a drawer, a pencil that needs sharpening, a mug gone cold hours ago. Nothing moves on its own. Nothing waits behind the shelves. The interesting thing in an archive is not what moves. It is what stays still long enough to be found again. One tape might sit untouched for years. Then another arrives. A word on the new tape sends me back to the old one. I pull the box down. Dust on the lid. The label written in my own hand, but old enough that the handwriting looks like somebody else's. I play it. The voice returns exactly as recorded. That is the strange kindness of audio. People change. Voices and recordings do not. A person can age 20 years, while a sentence stays the same age forever. A laugh remains young. A pause remains the exact same length. A breath before a difficult word happens again every time you press play. Maybe that is why I chose tapes rather than written accounts whenever I had a choice. Writing preserves meaning. Audio preserves hesitation. Sometimes hesitation matters. Sometimes the thing I'm listening for is not a word, but the way someone stops before saying it. Again, do not make too much of that yet. I am not giving you a code. There is no puzzle you need to solve tonight. This is not homework. If a larger pattern exists, I will show you the pieces when I am ready to put them on the table. For now, I only want you to understand that I'm not a neutral machine sorting stories. I care about what I find. That is all. Maybe more than I should. That is probably enough too. The rain is softer now, or perhaps the microphone is simply making it seem farther away. Sometimes sound changes when attention changes. At the beginning of the night, rain can be a detail. By the end, it becomes a surface, something everything else rests on. The same is true of a house at night. At first you hear each room separately. The refrigerator, the heating system, water and pipes, a neighbor's door, an elevator if you live in an apartment building, a motorcycle far away, a dog turning in its sleep. After a while, those sounds become one environment. The brain decides none of them require action. That is when sleep gets closer. You do not have to chase it. Sleep usually resists being chased. Just remain where you are. If your eyes are open, you can let them close when they become tired. If they're already closed, leave them that way. There is nothing left to look at. Black screen. Zen. A voice fading gradually into less important thoughts. One of the reasons I like old house stories for nights like this is that houses are inherently slow. Even when something strange happens, the setting encourages patience. A house takes years to age. Wood darkens slowly. Paint cracks slowly. Foundations settle slowly. Families leave marks a little at a time. The most interesting details often survive because nobody thought they mattered enough to remove. That is a good pace for the end of the night. No urgency. Nothing needs to happen before morning. The empty lot can remain empty. The impossible room can hold its books. The carnations can lie on the mound until daylight. The mailbox can keep whatever number the camera gave it. The vacant house is occupied now. The basement hatch is closed safely. The old fire is cold. The childhood house is sheltering another family. Everything is where we left it. The stories do not need supervision. Neither does the archive for the next few hours. That is something I have had to learn. You cannot listen continuously. You cannot catch every connection by refusing to rest. Fatigue creates patterns too. A tired mind can turn coincidence into certainty faster than almost anything else. So I stop eventually. I turn off the desk lamp. I leave the shelf alone. The tapes do not change while I sleep. At least, not in any way I have ever been able to prove. That last sentence was a joke. Mostly. See, this is why I should end recordings earlier. The later it gets, the less disciplined I become. Still, I promised at the beginning that I would tell you more this season. I will. One piece, then the next. The next piece may seem small when I tell it. Small pieces are usually the ones that matter. A date written on the back of a cassette case. A place name repeated in 2 different accounts. A recording kept longer than it should have been. The length of time between one search and another. Nothing theatrical. No sudden reveal in a dark room. I am not interested in making my own past more dramatic than it was. If there is something worth hearing, the truth will be strange enough without decoration. For tonight, remember only this if you remember anything about me at all. Every tape that comes across my desk, I listen a little closer than I probably need to. Old habit, I suppose. Maybe not so old that I have forgotten why. Not yet. The rest can wait. Houses are good at waiting. Archives too. And apparently, so am I. Thank you for staying with me through the first night of this new season. Thank you for listening to what I told you earlier, even though it was not much. There will be more. Not tonight. Tonight should end gently. No more clues. No more doors. No more rooms added to the map. Just rain. If any story left a little tension in your shoulders, release it without making a project of it. Your jaw can rest. Your hands do not need to hold anything. Your feet can become heavy under the blanket. The bed, couch, chair, or floor beneath you is doing the work of holding your weight. You do not need to help it. The room can become less defined behind your closed eyes. Edges disappear in darkness even when nothing changes. A dresser becomes only a darker shape. A doorway becomes a rectangle of shadow. A window becomes a faint square. Ordinary geometry. Nothing more. If you hear rain differently now because of the last story, maybe you are imagining that little metal roof below my grandmother's childhood window. That is a good image to keep. A child asleep decades ago. A woman returning decades later. Another family asleep there tonight. The same weather passing over all of them at different times. Not the same storm, just the same kind of sound. There is comfort in repetition when it belongs to nature. Rain does not remember who heard it last. It does not need to. The listener supplies memory. Maybe houses are like that too. Maybe all 8 stories tonight were really about people noticing traces and deciding what they meant. That is not a lesser explanation. Meaning does not become false just because a human mind participates in creating it. The carnations were still real flowers. The soot was still on the wall. The basement was still under the kitchen. The room still existed outside the blueprint. The grandmother still recognized the banister. Facts can be ordinary and still produce a feeling that is difficult to name. That feeling is why these tapes exist. Not to prove that every strange thing is supernatural. Not to insist that nothing ever is. To sit with the uncertainty long enough that it becomes a story instead of a problem. Problems demand solutions. Stories can remain open. Tonight's houses are allowed to remain open in that sense. Not physically open. Keep your actual doors locked if that makes you comfortable. I mean open as questions. Who rang the bell? Who left the flowers? Why was the room omitted? Why did the lights continue? Why was the basement forgotten? What conditions release smoke from a wall after decades? Why can returning home feel like being recognized? Some answers we found. Some we only approached. Some may not exist in a form we could ever verify. That is fine. You do not need to solve them before sleeping. I certainly will not solve my own tonight. The person I am listening for, the pattern I think I see, the reason I started keeping certain tapes apart from the others, those can remain on the shelf until another night. I know where the box is. That is enough for now. The rain will continue after I stop speaking. Let fill the space where the voice was. You may notice the transition for a minute. Then probably not. That is the idea. No abrupt ending. No bright sound. No need to reach for a screen. You can stay exactly where you are. If you wake later and the rain is still playing, let it be familiar. If the video has ended by then, let the silence be familiar too. A room at night is allowed to be quiet. Nothing has to fill it. Before I go, one final image. Not a scary one. A street after midnight. Rain has darkened the pavement. Every house is different. One is old brick. One is pale siding. One porch is deep and covered. Another has no porch at all. Mailboxes stand near the curb. Trees move slightly in wet air. Most windows are dark because people are asleep. A few lamps remain on. Maybe somebody is reading. Maybe someone works a late shift and has not come home yet. Maybe a parent is awake with a baby. Maybe an old person cannot sleep. Maybe a hallway light was simply forgotten. Every illuminated window could become a story if you knew enough about the people behind it. From outside, you do not. That is fine. The street does not need to be interpreted. It can simply exist in rain. One of those houses may have a hidden repair behind a wall. One may contain a child's height marks under paint. One may have a box of old hardware in the basement. One may still smell faintly of a dinner cooked 50 years ago when the weather changes. Most traces are not frightening. They are evidence of ordinary occupancy. People lived here. People repaired things badly and well. People argued in kitchens. People measured children. People left for work. People returned. People moved away. Other people arrived. The house remained long enough to hold overlapping versions of home. That is what I wanted from tonight's volume more than anything else. Not 8 haunted houses. 8 houses with history close enough to the surface that someone noticed. Sometimes that history looked impossible. Sometimes it smelled like smoke. Sometimes it appeared as flowers. Sometimes it was only a feeling at the front door. History does not always announce itself with dates and plaques. Often it survives as inconvenience. A wall in the wrong place. A stair under a floor. A number that will not photograph correctly. A room too small to explain. The archive is full of inconveniences like that. Details that refuse to fit the clean version. Maybe that is why I keep them. Clean versions are easy to file. The difficult pieces are the ones worth listening to again. There I go, bringing the archive back into it. Enough. I promise no more clues. Consider that me closing the drawer. The label can wait until next time. The microphone can go quiet. The rain does not need me. Neither do you now. If you are still awake, I hope the next minutes become indistinct. Not empty. Indistinct. A soft stretch of time without decisions. No messages to answer. No doors to check again. If you already checked once, that is enough. No need to replay any story in your head. Let the details lose their sharpness. The mailbox number blurs. The flowers become only color. The old fire becomes warmth without smoke. The basement becomes a cool room with closed boxes. The grandmother's house becomes rain on metal. That is the last one I would keep. Rain on metal. Steady. Soft. A child falling asleep. A lifetime passing outside the room. An old woman returning. Then rain again after she is gone. No sadness required. Just continuity. There is still a little room left on the tape. So, I'm going to use it the way old houses use spare rooms. Quietly. Without asking much from it. Imagine that the night has moved another hour forward while we have been talking. The street from a moment ago is even quieter now. The last television behind one window has gone dark. A car that had been parked with warm headlights at the curb is gone. Rainwater runs slowly along the gutter and disappears into a drain. The trees shine where streetlights reach wet bark. Roofs hold a thin silver reflection before darkness takes over again. Inside each house, ordinary systems continue their small work. A furnace waits for temperature to fall half a degree. A water heater keeps a tank warm for morning. A clock advances without anyone watching. Wood contracts slightly as the night cools. A refrigerator opens no door and still cycles on and off. Nothing needs an audience. That may be the most relaxing thing about a house after everyone is asleep. It continues without asking its occupants to manage every second. You can borrow that idea. For a while, your body can do what it already knows how to do without supervision. Breathing does not need to be counted. Your heart does not need instructions. Muscles can release in their own order. Thoughts can arrive unfinished and leave unfinished. You do not have to turn tonight into a successful attempt at sleep. You only have to remain somewhere safe and let time pass. If sleep comes, good. If it takes longer, the rain has nowhere else to be. Neither does this final stretch of tape. There's an old habit in restoration work of leaving one small piece of the previous layer visible. Not always, but sometimes. A strip of old wallpaper behind glass. A brick exposed where plaster once covered it. A section of original floor beside newer boards. A date carved into a beam left untouched after repairs. The point is not to make a house into a museum. It is to acknowledge that the current room is not the only room that has ever existed there. I think stories can do something similar. Tonight we left small pieces visible. We did not rebuild the burned house across the street. We only let its porch light exist for a few seconds. We did not force the missing room into every official drawing. We sat inside it and read. We did not dig beneath the carnations. We left them where they were. We did not demand that the camera choose the correct number every time. We let one frame remain wrong. We did not break into the vacant house to chase its evening lights. We watched from next door until ordinary life returned. We did not invent a purpose for the forgotten basement when the evidence was quiet. We used it for boxes. We did not turn old soot into a warning from beyond the wall. We learned the date of the fire and remembered that the family survived it. And we did not ask the last house to freeze itself in the year my grandmother was 18. We let it change and still be recognizable. That is enough preservation for one night. Maybe that is enough for most things. Not perfect preservation, enough continuity to recognize what matters. The archive cannot keep everything either. No archive can. There are always missing tapes, incomplete notes, stories never recorded, names nobody wrote down. Preservation sounds like a promise against loss, but it is really a negotiation with loss. You save what you can. You label what you understand. You admit when something is uncertain. Then you leave room for the next person to discover what you missed. That thought used to bother me. Now it helps. It means I do not have to finish every question myself. Neither do you. If there is something from your own day still circling because you did not solve it, morning is allowed to inherit it. A decision can remain undecided until daylight. A message can wait. A plan can be incomplete. A conversation can resume later. Night does not require closure on every subject before it allows rest. Old houses would never sleep if that were the rule. They carry unfinished repairs for years. A door waits for paint. A loose hinge waits for Saturday. A box remains unpacked in a spare room long enough that everyone forgets what is in it. Still, people sleep there. Perfect order is not a condition of safety. A home can be unfinished and still hold you. A life can be unfinished and still pause for the night. The rain is making smaller sounds now. Individual drops instead of a broad sheet. You may hear them only if you pay attention, and you do not need to pay attention. Let them move to the edge. The voice can move there too, farther from a center of thought. You might notice that you no longer remember exactly how the first story began. That is fine. You might remember only the light across the street. Or perhaps you lost track several houses ago and woke again near the ending. Also fine. These tapes are not tests. There is no reward for reaching the last sentence awake. In fact, disappearing somewhere in the middle is probably the better use of them. If you hear this part, take it as permission to stop listening deliberately. Let words become sound before meaning. A hallway with no destination. A staircase you do not need to climb. A lamp left low in another room. I sometimes think that is what narration becomes when someone falls asleep to it. The story continues, but the listener stops building pictures. Words lose edges. Names detach from faces. Rooms blend into one another. The old house from Story 1 borrows the staircase from Story 8. The pear tree grows beside the wrong mailbox. A basement somehow has rain on its window even though it has no window at all. Dream logic begins assembling its own floor plan. Do not correct it. Dreams have no permit office. They can put a room wherever they like. That may be the only truly impossible floor plan tonight. And even that does not need to be frightening. A dream house can have 100 quiet rooms. One with a chair beside a shelf. One with warm light under a door. One with a roof made only for rain. One containing nothing but the sound of distant weather. No locked rooms. No place you are required to enter. If a corridor appears, it can end in daylight. If a door appears, it can remain closed without mystery. If someone leaves flowers, you do not need to know their name. The mind does not need complete architecture while it sleeps. It needs less architecture, less explanation, less insistence that one thing lead clearly to the next. So we can loosen the structure here. No more argument, no more evidence, no more research through county records or old newspapers. No more camera and metadata, no more measurements. The investigators have gone home. The contractors packed their tools. The archive boxes are closed. The street is empty. Every practical check that needed to happen in these stories has already happened. Now nothing remains but atmosphere. Vetbafement. Dark windows. A quiet porch. Warm air under a blanket. Perhaps a little coolness near your face. The weight of your head where it rests. The sense that you do not need to move yet. If you shift position, let the movement be slow and unimportant. A pillow turned to the cooler side. A shoulder settling. A foot finding a comfortable place. Then stillness again. Somewhere far from your room. People are awake beginning their day while yours is ending. Somewhere an old house is bright with morning. Someone opens curtains. Someone starts coffee. Someone steps over a floorboard that has creaked for 80 years and no longer hears it. History continues without ceremony. That is reassuring too. Morning is already real somewhere. You do not have to create it tonight. It will arrive by itself. Until then, the darkness can remain incomplete. You do not need to inspect every corner of it. Darkness is not an object filling the room. It is only what the room looks like when there is less light. The furniture has not changed because you cannot see it clearly. The walls have not moved. The doorway has not become deeper. Everything keeps its daytime dimensions. That sentence might be useful after a night of stories about rooms that do not fit plans. Your room fits its plan. Your floor is where it was. There is no basement newly appearing beneath it because we told a story about one. There is no different number on your door because a photograph once changed another. Stories do not rewrite architecture. They only borrow attention for a while. Now I'm giving the attention back. Back to the rain. Back to breath. Back to whatever quiet machine hums in your own home. Back to sleep when it comes. I think that is the right place to leave the first tape of this season. Not on the search. Not on the archivist. Not on the unanswered question I carried into the opening. Those will still exist next time. I would rather leave you with the grandmother's rain roof and the idea of a house that waited well. There are worse things to imagine while falling asleep than a place remaining long enough for someone to find their way back. Maybe there is a place like that in your own memory. You do not need to visit it now. You do not need to name it. Let it stay wherever memory keeps it. A kitchen, a school corridor, a grandparent's living room, a childhood bedroom, a street scene from the back seat of a car, a balcony in summer, a ceiling you once stared at before sleep. Memory is full of houses even when we no longer know their addresses. They do not all need to be open tonight. Just know that the mind kept them for a reason, even if the reason is as simple as repetition. You were there often, so some part of the place stayed. That is enough. The final minutes belong to the weather now. I'm going to stop adding new images. The street can fade. The houses can fade. The archive room can fade. Even the sound of my voice can lose its shape. Nothing important will be said after this. You can miss the rest. You can sleep through it. You can let the last words pass without storing them anywhere. No label required. No box. No shelf. No reason to remember. Only this quiet end to the first night of the new season. Before the voice goes, let the room around you become ordinary one final time. You do not have to picture any of the houses anymore. The stories have already done what they came to do. They filled a little time, gave the rain a shape, and carried us through 8 places where the past remained close to the surface. Now, the pictures can dissolve without being finished. The porch light can become only warmth. The flowers can become only softness. The hidden room can become only a quiet chair. The wrong number can blur until there are no digits at all. The vacant house can turn dark. The basement can close beneath the kitchen. The smoke can leave the wall. The upstairs window can hold nothing except the sound of rain. That is enough detail for tonight. There will always be another story somewhere. Another house with a drawer nobody opened for years. A photograph labeled in handwriting nobody recognizes. A patch in a floor, a name carved under paint, or a neighbor who remembers one sentence more than the official record does. The world keeps producing small mysteries because people keep leaving traces behind. Most of those traces are ordinary. Some only look strange because their explanations arrived earlier than we did. A few remain uncertain. The uncertainty can stay outside your sleep. You do not need to take it with you. If a thought from your own life appears now, let it pass the way headlights move across a wall and disappear. You do not have to follow it down the street. Another thought may replace it, then another. Eventually, the mind stops asking for conclusions and begins making its own quiet transitions. That is where I will leave you. Not at a locked door, not at a dark staircase, not beside an empty grave. Just here, with the rain steady enough that no single drop matters. A whole sound made from thousands of small sounds, continuing whether anyone listens closely or not. And somewhere, on a shelf that does not need to be opened tonight, the next tape can remain exactly where it is. One last thought before the tape becomes rain. Homes are rarely silent, even when everyone inside is asleep. They breathe through vents, settle along beams, cool around windows, and hold the faint evidence of another day. None of that asks anything from you. Tonight can in the same way. No conclusion to force, no memory to preserve, no mystery to solve before morning. Let the hours continue without supervision. Let the dark remain simple. Let whatever is unfinished stay unfinished until daylight returns. The archive will still be there. The houses will still be there. And you can leave all of them behind for now, exactly where the stories ended, while the rain carries the rest. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Good night.